God killer, we make those ring bass from the Kenneth. Use me. NW Cole, clear vision. Hilltop roots, no gimmicks. Montgomery, just the tempo. Race this turn, info heavy.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie. Defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing the house. And I come to do what I gotta do because I gotta do what I got to do. Y'all know I'm standing tall. I'm standing strong. Hey, y'all know what it is, man. Bobby banging this bitch, man. We getting it in. A lot of people running their mouth lately. But hell, heavy is the head that wears the crown. That's all I want to say about that, man. There was a Royal Rumble, man, on SaNeter Studios. And I was in the middle of it. Got to be in the middle of it. You ain't in the middle of it, you ain't in it. You got to be in it. In the middle of the fray. It's my heaven voice whenever I descend back and forth to heaven. Y'all know what it is. But it was a great convo, man. They was all there, man. But Sekou popped up, flaunting scientific literacy at levels we have not seen before. Growth and development. Big up to Sekou Kelleh. Pseudo Killas jumped in the building. Said talk. Batting them up. The bomb squad popped up. Boom! With the dreads cut off. Growing and growing. DZ jumped in the joint. One of my favorites. Always got a straight up and down, scientifically literate message, straight to the point. And mOzee. And mOzee. That's how you gotta say that. And mOzee. You gotta say and mOzee. Then it was one more there, but I ain't even have enough room. I'm gonna let you figure him out. He gonna pop in there, yo. He the super Kemet, the greatest place ever, the mathematics and science, and they built the spaceship and the shuttle for the white man up in nobody. 18,000 in the building, man. We ain't starting to the people come in the building, man. Hit the Cash App, man. That's how we run around here, man. Support the channel, man. Hit the super chats, man. If y'all got a question, something, hit the super chats, man. You've been real nice around here, man. Hit the super chats. You got a question, man. You know, sometimes I like to go back and forth with the chat, but I'm not going back and forth with the chat without the super chat. I got to put them rails on the whole conversation, man. I got to, man, because y'all be playing. We all got it with what we want it for. See it all the time. And it's all good, man. Tell you what, man, I do appreciate y'all supporting this damn channel just by showing up, though. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. The crowd been nice and heavy, man. Y'all been enjoying this. Let's see what we got in the building, man. Lord, I see you. Black Sun, what's going on? Alex Torres, what it do? What it do? What it do? Born for clothing. Y'all had the most creative names ever. Yeah, you know Sign's undefeated, man. This was a good one, though. For all y'all that miss it, I know y'all ain't seen it because you know I dive into the realm of the pseudo fights, man. I put on my scientific literacy outfit, you know, superhero, right? And Bobby Banger shows up. God kill him. Y'all know how we do it. You know how we do it. And it was a good one, man. Flavor was there. The sources was there. And we was beating them up. Oh, man. Y'all know what they say, man. Man, y'all know what they say. Y'all know what they say.
God killer, we make those ring bass from the Kenneth. Use me. NWCO, clear vision. Hilltop roofs, no gimmicks. Montgomery, just a tempo. Race this term. Info heavy, show sources. Don't chit chat, no proof. Fall back. Quick. Rogers Ave, where I'm at. Another Pequee, stay intact. Park Heights, facts ready. Liberty Heights, no ferry. Yo, playing weak, full fast. Gear review, hold that. Methods first, no myth. Replicate, then it's legit. God killer, we make those ring. Bass in the cannons, his ring. You promote pseudo, dust cap. Sekou swim, better adapt. Rogers Ave, talk slick love. Another Pequee, move quick love. Show sources, don't chit chat. No proof, fall back. Quick. NWCO, clear vision. Hilltop roofs, no gimmicks. Correlation ain't cause headlines, love applause. Rogers Ave, no fake flex. Novin Pequee, no late. Dion Riley, facts, stab, say less. Learn up, then rap. Mondom and shift the tempo. Rest this down and fall heady. Park Heights, facts ready. Liberty Heights, no ferry. God killer, we make bells ring. Bass from the cannons, ears ring. Pseudo.
Shout out Choco Kitty. Miss you, sis. I really do.
You don't know we do. Hey, look, okay, we here. So you getting there. We go through all our stages of development as African Americans. Now watch this. You took 10 steps backwards though, just for the record.
Okay.
You did. That's okay.
We
go through these ebbs and flows. I'm not announcing that people need to be atheists and all that. That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay. Right? I think you should be what you feel your heart to be. Okay, and that's just real. But when it comes to scientific literacy, we can't. That's non-negotiable in our community. You can negotiate what religion you want to do.
I won't argue with that.
Ancestral shrines. You might want to do the Buddha thing. I like Zen Buddha. Right? I like looking at, I go to voodoo ceremonies. For me, I enjoy going to voodoo ceremonies and see people grab the dirt from Ghana and they bring it back to America and they do the sacrifice. I like looking at that.
I got the feng shui going.
I like come on, you can't talk what I'm talking. You talk, man.
For itself.
Yeah, I just enjoy that type of thing, right? But when it come down to science, bro, ain't no halfway in, halfway out. You either understand it or you don't. There's no mixing the two. So, I say he gonna come in here and tell us how we should mix the two.
So I'm gonna give him a chance to lay it
all out. Right? I'm telling you that I clearly understand that when humans stop mixing their science with their religion, they took off. There's a fundamental reason for this, and the fundamental reason is your confirmation bias will always make you say that you got the best God. Mm-hmm. See, there you have it.
I'm not on that level.
All right, go ahead, yeah, like you clearly understand, probably already understand what I'm finna say, so I don't even need like the extra shit. What I'm gonna say is this: when SaNeter brought dog up, Sekou, acting as if he's the head master of African spirituality.
Oh man,
like he was the man who Easy Bands need to talk
don't bite on it.
That was crazy to me. Hey, if you don't understand spirituality, just say that. And I'm talking about ancient spirituality, that is. Because because if we're talking about a separation between ancient spirituality and science, there's not one. And that's a statement.
If we're talking about ancient,
Don't do that. Don't do that.
My fault. I did it. I muted him by mistake. I was trying to mute you out, Cedric, because that background is coming. All right, good.
So there's not one. We can look at ancient cultures. Take it back to the Sumerians.
I agree.
What was the original? I'm pretty sure you agree. Like this was in my statement, not time. I mean, it specifically was to the brother Sekou. It was specifically to the conversation I was watching, based on the first conversation and interaction I ever had with you, Ankh, and Sekou was present. It was on this same exact topic. Now, I guess in the westernized world, we've been trained to look at the ancient cultures and separate the science that we view from the spirituality, but that's not what they did. Like, what was there's symbolism, correct? We all know about symbolism.
Yep.
And we know that they're using anthropomorphism usually and other things to symbolize the nature that be. So you have to have a clear understanding of the nature, the science, to then even come and add a symbolic understanding onto thee. You got to be a damn pseudo if you believe that they believe that that stuff was just real. And I'm talking about like major cultures, not just some little bitty tribe off of Africa that you hip to. I'm talking about major stuff. So when we talking about things like Tiamat wasn't no damn dragon. It wasn't no woman. It wasn't none of this stuff that none of these cats speak about. No, it was personifying water. And then you had Apsu personifying the salt water. And then you had Marduk, which was the water turning over the top of it. We just dealing with symbolism. So to say that the ancients did not blend their science with their religion is pseudo. And you can just look in what you got, Google, Perplexity, Chat GPT. You can go ahead, put that statement in there and look what your answer will be. As far as ancient religions, did they blend their spirituality with their religion? The answer will always be yes. So when I see brothers like you, when you sat there and you asked that brother Easy Band if there was separation between spirituality and religion, like the answer was supposed to be yes in an original setting, it was a damn shame.
So look, I say we're gonna go around the panel. I just need a quick answer. So I say, do you agree?
We ain't doing no litness, man. Let's get to it.
Now, do you agree that the ancients did not separate their proto-science from their religion? Do you agree to that? You just said it,
the
correct?
Ancient science was a part of their religion.
They didn't separate.
I'm stating that.
Bet. mOzee, unmute yourself. Do you agree the same thing?
Yeah, I'm with Ashay on that. I'm with Ashay.
All right, you with Ashay. So there's two of y'all, right? Okay. Sekou, do you agree? We had a whole debate on it that the ancients ain't separate their religion from their science. You agree?
First of all, it's not a yes and no.
Yeah, yes it is. Yes it is. Back then it was. Answer the question. You gotta say it. You gotta say yes or no.
Previously, my position was that they didn't make a distinction. That it was
okay, good. All right, keep moving. Stop right there.
They said, no, wait, don't cut off. Don't.
Because we're gonna move around. I want you to talk about it. Not yet.
No, it's not for me. It's not a yes or no question because there were gray areas based on their understanding at the time.
So I'm gonna give you a chance to talk about the gray area. Right now, I want to hit the whole panel. I want to show y'all something. All right.
For me, it's not a yes or no.
It's not a yes or no for you. So okay, so you're unclear. Hey, Hercules, did they separate their science from their religion?
No.
No. Okay, that's three. So I got a how about you, man, you changed DZ? Did they separate their science from religion of ancients?
No.
Okay. All right, so we got four. Okay. Easy Bands, did they separate they religion from their science? The Africans, the Middle Eastern as well?
Not that I'm aware of. They might have had like different levels, you know, but not that in general, I don't think they did.
Cedric, did they separate it?
No, but I object to the word science being used in the ancient.
No, don't worry about it. Don't even get complex. We don't gotta do it. We don't gotta do it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, Zion, did they separate it, yes or no?
Oh, I didn't know I was here. Yeah.
Okay, so we got 9 people up here. Sekou don't know. Sekou know. We did a whole debate on it. He didn't know. But that's okay. That's fine. I want to get you a chance to explain it. So, Sekou, you're the first one up to explain why you don't know, right? And we're going to go around, give everybody a chance to explain why they don't know. Then I will officially beat y'all up based off your answers. Let's go. Go ahead, Sekou.
So first of all, I did not say I don't know.
Oh, it's okay.
I said it's more complex than a yes or no answer.
Okay, good.
Because the reason why I said that is, one, is that when you use the word science and spirituality, we are using it in our own context today, how we define what science is precisely and what spirituality is precisely. So there's an issue of chronology here. So if we go back, how they look at it, with what you would call science today, well, they are proto-science. They understood it at a point that, like agriculture or like architecture, they knew that those are things that you have to use empiricism to know. You have to learn it. So they did that. But there were areas which they don't know whether it is even science or it is even spirituality. So they overlap those areas, especially area of psychology, where they couldn't tell whether psychology was a spiritual thing or was a scientific thing. So sometimes they go to a spiritual person to explain psychology to them. So there were overlaps in a certain area, and there were certain area where they understood clearly that this is science, and there is no other way to know it other than through empiricism. I will give a little quick example. In the villages today in Africa, if you broke your bone in a village and you go to a traditional healer, the man who healed the bone does not call on any god. They don't send you to a soothsayer. They don't send you to no priest. They send you to a guy who is a specialist in bone, and he helps you and he heals you. The same thing the guy who deals with herbs. But when you have something psychological and you don't know what it is, they say go to one spiritual guy and he starts telling you, I can predict your future. There is a spirit after you. He's different from the guy that does agriculture. He's different from the guy that healed the bone. So there are areas of overlap, and there are areas where it was clear. So I think it was a knowledge that was confined to its time. But today, I think it should be separated.
I want to add a point that Cedric made, but I understood that point would take us down another whole rabbit hole. I mean, hell, you don't got science before you have scientists. Charles Darwin was the naturalist. It's a progression to get to modern science. You start really saying it's science. So you would say like proto-science, pre-science. Yeah, it wasn't that yet. But they was definitely doing things with empirical data. Can't say they wasn't. They was. They was getting some things done. Accuracy. But then they would sprinkle the Nile Valley dust on it. Or the Syrian smoke. Or the Hebrew spook that always would get measured in. And they thought that's why it actually worked. They didn't know the why. That's a great point that Cedric made. Man, make sure y'all look out for Said Talk is coming, man. Let's go. Okay, let's get, hold on, let me get the screen on 1 second, y'all. Okay, let me get Hercules. Go ahead, explain your answer, Hercules.
Oh, what? Let me ask.
Y'all want to push back on that a little bit? What Sekou said? Hey, Sekou, I'm telling you that the separation wasn't there, and I'm telling you they did keep empirical information pre-written, because I'm talking about the prehistoric times. I'm not even talking about the time period y'all think. I'm talking about the Stone Age. And I'm saying they had empirical things they was doing, and they transmitted that. But they knew no separation there. They didn't know. They thought it was all human value. right? They didn't really say, whoa, 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 don't jump in with that. They did. They mixed it. It was part of their ritual. It's part of what they was doing. But they did have empirical data. They absolutely did, and they transmitted orally. So I'm not disagreeing with that. But I'm telling you, they didn't know, like I know, right? If I'm in a car accident, okay, I'm calling the damn ambulance. Okay, some people gonna sit there and pray for 25 minutes. That's precious time being wasted. Okay, when families in the ambulance and all that, yo, then I'm gonna relax out. Okay, people today don't separate it, but the field of science, they do separate it. Okay, that's my pushback on that. Go ahead, Hercules. Go ahead.
Can I push back a little bit?
Yeah, you go push, but your pushback can't be long. It's got to be quick, right? We're gonna make quick pushbacks. We got to have that clocking out here. All right, go.
Quick. For the most part, I agree with what Sekou said, but I just wanted to ask him, like, so when it comes to, like, say a child is sickly, right? Don't they go like to the medicine man sometimes, and he tries to like give them a concoction and explain it spiritually?
That's right.
Yeah, so that's what I'm telling you. When they have, if they heal a child through a particular herb and they know it, they no longer consult a spiritual. They know that this herb healed this. So they go exactly, they know that to obtain that knowledge, you just need to go and study it. But when they get to a realm where they don't know, they usually go to the spirituality to explain, because they are understanding that the person have a way of knowing the unknown things. But it is always at the frontier of knowledge that they consult the spiritualist. Find it out.
So I want to.
We're going to Hercules. Relax. Take it. You gotta be patient, baby. Go ahead, Hercules. Hercules was next. What the hell you got on, Hercules? Is that like a what you got on?
What?
What is that? A karate shirt or what is you doing?
Come on, let it be.
It's just a regular shirt, man.
It's a bunny. It's like a bunny.
I thought you came in with the Mason outfit or soccer. Go ahead, man.
Scare us into submission.
You know he a karate man.
I thought he had a Mason shirt on too.
Yeah, man. I said this man on style.
A Masonic shirt.
I thought it was a Popeyes shirt.
Fraternity of something, you know what I'm saying?
Go ahead, Hercules, man. Go ahead. You got your pushback?
It looked like he just came from playing golf.
I have no pushback for Sekou.
All right, but you then bet. Now go ahead and give us your explanation.
So are we talking about ancient Kemet?
We talking about anywhere. Humans.
Okay, well, I can only speak for Black people. So,
you just in Africa,
they speak for the Indians. They speak for nobody else, man. So let me say this: you said, did they separate the science? So I said no, they did, and we all know this. We all know that it's intertwined. Especially when you look at ancient Kemet, they didn't even have a word for science. They didn't have a word for mathematics because it was all intertwined together. And one of the arguments that Ankh likes to make is that, the Edwin Papyrus. But when you look at the Edwin Papyrus, you see that it's not a separation, more of it's integrated. Because science, and like I say, life for them was a holistic thing.
Yes.
Western culture is more separated. You dichotomize every single thing, but then it was integrated and holistic. And you see that in the Edwin Papyrus because they had 8 magical spells that show you that the practitioners, the surgeon people, they didn't just look at it while traumatized, emotionally from this realm and what's going on now. They also understood that, there might be something going on with the ancestors on the spiritual realm. As what Brother Sekou said, the same thing, because what Sekou was saying, what he said was true. You break a bone, they're not going to, sit around and, light candles and blow smoke. And no, they're going to send you to the bone specialist who know how to fix the bone. But if you break your bone again next month, if you break your bone again 3 months again, they're going to say, wait, hold up. Maybe there's something going on in the spiritual plane that we don't know about. So then they will make that consumption. That's another thing as well. So no, I understand it from
speculation.
Yeah. I like that answer there.
So I'm saying that they didn't separate it. the science, their science from their and there was a reason why.
All right, you're going long. You gotta have a clock in your head. Remember,
right,
it's 9 of the bit. Hold on, hold on. No, you got 9 people that like to fucking talk up here today, bro. So you're done with that. You got 9 talkers. I mean, Easy Band can blow. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Sekou can go. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Ashe, he can go.
With this, bro.
Am I allowed to
stop talking about me, Ankh? Stop talking about me.
No, he's done.
Can I end it with this?
No, you went too long. You got Sekou trying to get back in it again. You're done. You dead. Why Zion can blow? Y'all know I can blow. I'm MC on lungs. I can go special. Go ahead, Zion. Go ahead. Warlord.
You want me? Okay. So yeah, I would say that, you know what I'm saying, there was a blending of faith, you know, it, like the brother said, holistic. I'll use that term. However, you know what I'm saying, like that doesn't necessarily mean that in today's time that we have to, you know, continue in that same realm. We can separate the two. I think that there was always room for growth, you know what I'm saying, in the spiritual plane without having to leave it behind entirely. Because there was a lot of symbolism, like my brother was bringing out early, brother Ashe. That was so eloquent. The symbolism, there was so much hidden truths just underneath the surface of text. Now, does it mean that they had all the answers? Did they understand atoms and did they understand quantum physics? No, they didn't have all of that inserted in there, but they made presumptions along with the physical evidence that they had and the limitations and boundaries of their understanding. And that does not minimize their intelligence. In all actuality, if you actually read a little deeper from the surface of some of the texts and actually look at the book and any of ancient texts, from Kemetic to the Ugaritic or to the biblical, you will find a depth that is a lot like freaking mathematics. I have this whole entire thing about how abstract thought and symbolism and parable go into a mind, a neurological frame, just like algebra and certain other higher levels of mathematics where we're using equations, not necessarily, you know, physical observable tools, but adding things from human tools that we created, numbers and letters. So with that, I'm just going to leave it right there. I think that there is a deeper level to some things and that there is room to evolve with the spiritual and the scientific as we begin to. That's it.
Got you in the closing.
Okay.
What's up, D? Come on, man. From DeVille.
What's up, What's up? Peace there. For everyone, as pertaining to the question, as we are, well, mostly all of us agree, no, they did not separate their science from their spirituality. I don't have a answer as long as some of the other people, because the answer, I think, until you all school me, is actually quite simple and quite short. They did not separate those two because they weren't quite ready. They hadn't got to that point where they knew to separate science and spirituality. You know, their spirituality, as far as they knew and understood, had served them well up until whatever time where whatever civilization came along and who had actually separated them and conquered everyone. The civilization that could separate it conquered everyone, you know. But my simple answer is they did not do it because they simply didn't know any better. They had not reached that level yet. Boom.
Easy Band, did you get a chance to explain?
No, not yet.
Go ahead.
So I'll say this. The separation of science and religion came about, at least the sharp or the distinct separation of these things that we can actually see came about around in the 16th and 17th centuries. All right.
Glad you looked it up.
And it was pioneered by, guess who? This is the crazy part. It was pioneered by Europeans. It was all right. It was pioneered by European Christians, actually. All right,
to separate science from religion.
So that's gonna make you like it even more. First you was on the other side, now you starting to like it because you heard the word Christian.
That's gonna cut Cedric. I brought that up.
That's not gonna cut Cedric.
It is, because he basically thinks he has this worldview that if you're religious, basically you can't be scientific. But I'm trying to show you that it actually the pioneering of the separation of religion and science came about in the 16th to 17th century by Christian Europeans, bro. And basically they were able to separate how can I put it, theology from natural philosophy. All right. So that allowed them to go ahead and be able to investigate the natural world, because they now adopted the worldview that God works through natural laws or the natural processes, and not instead of the natural processes. All right. So every culture before that, almost every culture before that, would include science with their religion. But until that point, I'll land my plane there for now.
So
Okay.
I very quickly to add.
You can't jump in. You can't jump in though.
Okay.
I think Moses didn't go yet.
You can't jump in. Yeah, Moses. Go ahead, Moses. We definitely got you on the clock, Moses.
Look at Cedric.
It's gonna be ridiculous. I'm saving Cedric for last, yo.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can, Mosey. You got one. Yes,
1 minute.
Go ahead,
all
bro.
right.
Go ahead.
And before I start this, we're gonna prove today that you've been pigeonholing me and making me out to be some religious nutbag. And we about ready to show that I'm not that. Because
you're already into your time, though.
All right, here we go. All right, so yes.
I don't think you're a religious nutbag at all.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You did it on the other show. Y'all started on that religious stuff.
I don't think you're. No, listen, mOzee. I just think that you don't believe in the Bible and you just make up your own thing.
Well, okay. All right. We're gonna see if I make up my own thing when I say what I got to say.
Go ahead.
All right. So I'm dealing with African spirituality, and I'm dealing with the Northeast African territory where the jet black people was at. Their science was that they believed in the sun. And the reason why they worshiped the sun in the universe is because at that time they were jet black, and they saw that the sun was protecting them from melanin recessive people. You have a society that is a civil society, and what was protecting their civil society from the barbarians from the north was the sun. And they believed if they did not mix bloodlines with the melanin recessive people from the north, that the sun would continue to keep them safe on their land. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Their worship was the sun. Sun is the basic science, man. We know that the sun be causing melanin recessive people all kind of sunburns, melanomas, and skin cancers. And I had 6 seconds left.
Okay. No, I want you to stay on the daggone conversation. I don't know what that was. Can you explain why they work? So they didn't worship the sun? That's funny, right? Why they didn't separate their religion, yo? That's what we're saying.
The sun was their religion, bro. How you not understanding what I'm saying? They worship the sun, bro.
Got you. I'm gonna move forward. Okay, we got you, Cedric. Cedric, get your hand.
Cedric need a couple of aspirin.
He said about to fall out. Check it off, Cedric. Drink some water.
Already. He need a glass of water.
To a false premise. I'm listening to a conversation where the word science is being thrown around as if it can be a place. And science isn't just knowledge, it's a method. Science discusses mechanisms. What the ancient did was they had a natural phenomena, and their explanation was one of divine nature, one of a spiritual nature. They weren't engaging in trying to explain the mechanism. Those symbolisms were explaining the processes, what they observed, and they quoted that in symbolic language.
Yes.
That was not science, and that wasn't an attempt to explain the mechanisms. At the point that we came to the understanding that we are going to use natural explanations for these phenomena, then the process of coming to understanding the mechanisms. And we are still in the process of understanding mechanisms, throwing the word around the word science as if it is universal and applicable throughout history is wrong. The question itself, whether they separated their spirituality from their science, the question is, did they engage in science? No, they didn't. Until a point in history, did they formally start to engage in science. And at the moment when we started to explain natural phenomena by means of natural phenomena.
That's absurd.
See, y'all start talking through certain thing. Y'all can't do that, man. And you 8 minutes all the way through, well, Lord, like you was out of control, bro. We gonna show people that the madman, because we the madman. I'm the madman. Easy Band's a damn madman. mOzee is a madman. Warlord, your name show you Cedric is a madman. I say young madman, right? And Hercules is a madman. So we just want to show that us madmen can actually do this thing properly. So you want to add a little more, Cedric?
Yeah, conflating mathematics with science and all of these. Listen, if you are academically sound, you are going to stick to these definitions because it provides clarity. I am not undermining what the ancients did. I keep telling everybody it takes a great mind to come up with that biblical narrative, even though it's completely incorrect, but that you see the imagination of humans being engaged there. To claim that it's factual or correct or try to harmonize it or synthesize it with what we know today makes and undermine what they did. The ancients were trying to explain and giving context to the natural phenomena using figurative language, using symbolic text. They were not trying to explain these mechanisms in terms of science as we do today. That is where that separation took place, in trying to explain these natural phenomena mechanistically.
All right, so this is what we're going to do now. Now, we gave our long answers. Now we're going to have a conversation around it. Don't be jumping over each other, acting all crazy. I want Sekou to go ahead and explain when you think this process actually occurred of the separation and why you think it's important or not.
Right.
We're going to conversate around that. We're going to let people jump in, but we just got to be cool with it. Go ahead.
Converse. There's no conversation.
So, methodological naturalism, the advent of that philosophical.
I said say cool.
Sorry. I thought you meant.
Okay.
You started cheating already.
I said when we use the word science from our contemporary point of view, we understand that the philosophy of science, that the fundamental belief in science is knowledge comes by empiricism and determinism. So we are much concerned with empiricism right now, which is that knowledge comes by experience. Observe, measure. That's how you get knowledge. You don't get it any other ways. No spookism. There is no dream. It is only by observing the phenomena, testing it, observing and knowing the law, how it works. Then now when you make a claim, that claim should be testable. So this is the way modern science proceeds. Now, in the early times, it was coming up. And I'm saying that they were making distinction at the time, but it was not the way taxonomy, differentiated, even the way we have different subjects today. We have physics, chemistry. All these are recent. There was a time that they were not named as such, even though they were operating in that way, but they were not like anthropology. Anthropology came about when European colonialists were trying to understand native people that they conquered. They just wanted to understand how these people culture work, how their language work, who are they? They weren't doing it because they wanted to do, they just wanted to know. Eventually, it became anthropology, the science to study people. So I'm saying the early days of Kelleh, the separation did not happen the way we see it, but we started seeing that happening. I will take one example, Edwin Smith papyrus. For the first time, we see a doctor saying that the injury to the head, measuring almost 40 different injuries to the human skull and how that affected the behavior of the people. In fact, saying that certain part of the brain is damaged, it affects this person's speech. So this is science. They are not attributing it to no spiritual phenomena. They are observing that these people that went to war, part of their skull or brain were damaged, and they are observing certain behavior traits. And they are rating it that this is what we call clinical approach. That means you diagnose and then you give treatment. Whether the treatment was right, whether the treatment was wrong, that's another discussion. But they use.
All right, hold on, Sekou. You going long? Hold on. So we heard you, and I'm gonna give a slight pushback on that. And so
the Edwin Smith papyrus.
Yeah, and that Edwin Smith papyrus, actually what you see, and we got it. I ain't got to pull up. Y'all don't see me talk about this a million times, right? But it's essential. Y'all see it in this anatomy book. And so this is one of these stages. If you ever hear me talk about science, I always talk about it occurring in stages, just like the earth didn't just go bubble boom. Humans didn't go bubble boom. Well, the study of science didn't go bubble boom. And so here, Sekou is right. Now, imagine we're at about time period is 1900 to 1600 BCE, right? And it's critical. It says, is the earliest known medical literature, now watch this, consisting of 48 histories. It describes conditions and diagnoses and treatment in a rational, systematic way. This is the first time in history, yo. So if humans been around how long? Approximately 350,000 years. They've been writing how long, y'all? How long humans been writing? Sumer and Egypt goes back to what time period? 3,300, 3,500, some portions of time, right? But I want to let you know that writing is an essential. I'm gonna say this again. Writing is an essential stage, right? And starting to usher in certain properties of starting to write down data, right? It's important. Developing math is another critical stage, right? These are the stages that would help us move forward. You don't just dive into separate the science, right? There's a mistake earlier made on the show by Hercules. No, by Easy Band. It actually wasn't the Christians. If we knew our history, the Christians had actually fell out of favor because the Roman Empire had fell and split. And so they fell into a dark age. Now, when I say dark age, from a historical perspective, I'm not talking about they came from the caves, right? I'm talking about that essentially they wasn't writing as much history, okay? They wasn't producing as much literature. That's what happened. It was the Muslims that was in their golden age. The Muslims was in their golden age, okay? In Iraq, okay? Where they started to separate it. Now the Egyptians started the process now, right? The Greeks started moving a little bit. They inching towards it now, right? The Greeks, the Arabs take over, okay? But watch this. But how did these Arabs, how did these Muslims do it? Because they started to defeat ancient societies. And what do? They take their books, they take their artisans, they take their mathematicians. I got a real case in real time. Did y'all not understand World War II? What exactly did the United States do to Germany? They purged them of their scientists, in particular, Allenheim, right? And they was creating the what? The nuclear weapon. They purged the scientists and allowed them to generate the nuclear weapon in the United States. So this is what empires do. They take other empires. They don't destroy the knowledge. You know why they don't take the knowledge? Because you want to stand on the shoulders of that last kingdom's knowledge. Let's get this straight. And so it's an easy, creepy, small process. So whenever you give too much reverence to Europeans, dang, the Europeans, they come in after the Muslims do.
Time, Ankh.
I'll stop right there. I just look. The one.
You said I was wrong. You didn't say where I was wrong.
No, so Ankh, one, no historian, no modern historian, at least to this day. I won't say no, but the consensus from the historians is that Dark Ages claim that you're making has been debunked, right? No serious historians even talk about the Dark Ages with the kind of connotations that you're bringing up. Basically that, oh, it wasn't history and these people were going through these Dark Ages where they weren't, they didn't progress. But so hold on. When I talk about the sharp, I even prefaced this, so maybe you ignored it. I said the sharp or the real noticeable separation of science and religion came from European Christians during the medieval period, and that's just a fact. I can go back. I can even go. Basically, I'm gonna look up some names for you guys in terms of like Christian thinkers that actually pioneered these thoughts.
Kant and David Hume.
Aquinas is one of them.
Kant and David Hume.
It's a whole evolutionary understanding of just theology itself dealing with mankind. You know what I mean? Because if you want to observe early theology, like the early ways and the early worship, the early gods were always centered around nature. And I don't like the way that when we get up in these type of conversations, you niggas get to trying to act like y'all want to like specify a certain type of science, like science ain't science. Just 2 days ago when we was having a conversation, Ankh, you told Easy Benz that bees do science.
Yep.
Literally, you said bees do science. Within this conversation, if I was to say something like bees do science, a dude like Sekou be like, no, that ain't science. That's not like no. We still talking about science. Don't cut me off because y'all don't like what I'm saying. Please don't. I love what you're saying. So what I want to say is like to say that they wasn't hip to science. That's crazy. To build a temple, you need to utilize science. To build a pyramid, you need to utilize science. So to you say that's not science, that's stupid. For you to say when we're dealing with symbolism, you got to understand the mechanism behind the symbol that you're even utilizing for you to even put it in symbolic form. You need an understanding to utilize symbolism. Like stop, like we act so smart that we become stupid sometimes. Woo! Like, and that's the problem with me. I don't like it. I don't like it. I really don't like it. It's disingenuous. It's foolish. Let's not overtalk me because you don't like what I'm saying. So like I'm gonna go keep going. When we're looking at, like I said, there are literal observations that we can look at that the ancients left behind. That when we look at them today, using our modern thought, you can see, oh, that's science. That's a scientific method. They had a scientific idea. They came to a scientific conclusion, even if they utilize spiritual talk around it. Like, I'm not talking about Christianity, Islam, all that stuff that deals wrong, centered on all just spookism. That's why I deal with real ancient knowledge. Why? Because it's more closely related to what they was primarily dealing with on the daily basis. And they was centered in nature, and nature is a big part of science. Like, let's not do that. Let's not play crazy, y'all. Stop doing that.
Right. Yo, let me piggyback off of what you're saying, Ashe.
Go ahead.
Yo, I mean, it's a lot of things we're talking about, a lot of things, subjects that we keep covering, but I think the main thing was a separation. And one of the things that I said when I said no, I said the Edwin Papyrus, it shows you the empirical way of doing medicine. But it also shows you that they did not abandon their spiritual practices, because if they just wanted to be like, look, this is the empirical way of solving this problem and looking into the this medical conditioning without any spirituality, they wouldn't have put the other magical spells on the other side of the papyrus. It wouldn't have happened.
On freeze, that's deep. You got freeze. That's one of them deep damn points of the conversation, yo. Do you have that? Because that's the point. Hold on. You just made my case. Thank you, sir. They just sprinkle that little Nile dust on it. They say, cool. Oh. They did it, right? They say, hold on. Put the dust on it to make sure it works.
That ain't it.
Magic. It's called magic.
That's why we need to, this discussion is complex, because there's a cultural aspect. Even today, modern science.
Yes, that's where I'm going to go.
So
go ahead.
The Egyptians have a culture. They have a culture that is based on their wisdom tradition. Their values, their morality, and everything was based on that. So sometimes when we are judging them, when we are looking at them, we are saying that why is it that they are doing science? And it's like a Christian who was doing science in the Middle Ages. He knows what scientific method is, but before he begin to treat a patient, he pray in the name of Jesus and everything. And then doctors in Nigeria today, before they start, they open their clinic. They line up and pray to Jesus before they open. These are PhD. Yeah. Well, you wouldn't say they are confusing science with spirituality in that place. because you understand that they know what the scientific method is. They know that. But this is not their cultural belief system, which gives them meaning. I tell you that this is important. For people, meaning is important in their life. And spirituality is just to give meaning to your existence. But scientific method is different. I'm saying in Kemet, they know what scientific method is.
Man, let's back up a little bit. And Hercules was making a point. I don't think they kind of understand, like, Egyptians actually thought they had magic. And they thought magic was a part of what made something work. And then not to mention, hell, at 1900 and 1300 BCE, when that papyrus was written, you know, humans kind of regressed again. They kind of regressed. They didn't actually stay on that progression. And I think that's important for us to really understand that. But this is a great conversation. We're getting it in, man. And how about goddamn Sekou? We had a whole damn debate around the topic. Yeah, but humans, man, is spooky, man. Right now in the day, people think if they walk in their house and burn some sage, it smell like wet feet, that's going to get rid of the evil spirits. Tell me that ain't what's going on. It is.
Not be as advanced as we can see it today. The simplest way you can tell whether this knowledge is scientific or not is the source. How did this person claim to come about this knowledge? If they say, I got it from a deity, we are not dealing with science. It's a realm of speculation. If the person say, I observed it, I tested it, and now they are dealing with empiricism. Whether it's correct or not, he's saying that I got the knowledge through empirical means. That is scientific.
Sekou, I think
and most of the writers, when you see them writing, they say, I observed. They don't say that there are places where people say, Necheru give me this in their spiritual papyrus, in the Book of the Dead. But when they're dealing with architecture, medicine, science, mathematics, Tep Aset, in one of the mathematical papers, Tep Aset means accurate conclusion using the correct method of analysis. What can be scientific more than that? Tep Aset. Okay? That's in Kemet. So I'm saying they knew it, but it was not as clear as we have it today because we move forward. And I'm saying those who want completely different it. Those who view.
Astronomy is a field of science. They use astronomy to track their festival.
Don't cut. Yeah, I want to get in real quick.
We have to evolve and understand that science.
Right, I said
we separate because the method of science can never be spiritual.
100.
It has to be very clear. It can't be spiritual.
Easy Bands. Go ahead, Easy Bands. You was jumpy. What you? Easy Bands, jumpy, man. Let's say source of life. Is that what it is? This man say Sekou seems to have gone backwards, unfortunately. He said that man has gone backwards. That man is going to school now. That man is reading textbooks, and that helped him foster a better understanding of who he is in the world. And you saying that man going backwards. Maybe you already backwards and you need to go forward. You're running backwards and Sekou is running forward. That's interesting how we all view this. That's very interesting. Now I see where the fights and the arguments come in. Y'all up here thinking I'm an agent for the federal government. I'm saying, no, I'm an agent for change. I don't mind you doing your herbs and all that, but at the end of the day, no Black Power ambulance is coming to get you. No Dr. Sebi hospital to go to. It's just not happening. All right. Easy Bands think he's slick. He be reading ChatGPT and be switching his conversation in the middle of his conversation. We see you, Easy Band. We see how you do that. Oh, but I ain't mad at you as long as you get it right. Let's see what Easy Band's got to say.
Word. So what you're doing?
Hey, I'm about to slide out. Peace, y'all. I gotta slide out for a second.
Appreciate you. We got your words. We got you. And no, I don't really think in the technical sense the damn bees did science, bro. I'm just giving y'all. It was a hyperbole. You know what I mean?
Because I was thinking the same exact thing when Cedric was denying it. But
I got a cup of West. I got a cup for him. Yo, when you come back, I'll say when you come back, you're gonna see this cut. You're gonna see this cut. It's gonna be horrible. You're gonna see this cut, yo.
Yeah, you got the easy bands, go. Go easy band.
What you're doing right now is basically giving us the definition of science and then giving us this definition of spirituality and then saying these two don't mix. But in reality, the science that they were doing was under the paradigm of their spirituality. You can't even deny that. Even in Africa till this day, right? You brought up the thing about the medicine man. The medicine, they go to the medicine man for many things under the realm or under the paradigm of spirituality. You know that it's a fact. Yeah, okay, they might go to somebody when they break their leg, right? To put the leg back together. But there's other instances where they'll go back to that medicine man. Oh, if they have a child that's sickly, they'll put the child through rituals. They might even just say that I have a child that's bringing me bad luck and go to the medicine man, and the medicine man will make them a concoction. So they're still applying their sciences under a spiritual realm. Now, what I brought to was showing that there was an actual separation of science and religion. I showed you it was during the medieval period that the sharpest, most notable event of this happening was in the medieval period by European Christians. Before that, people still practiced science under the paradigm of religion. You just can't deny that.
I'm saying that if an individual as a person, you can have a spiritual belief and you can be scientific. But I'm saying the scientific process and spiritual processes don't mix, because there's no way, because spiritual processes come from the subjective realm. It can be my dream, it can be my feeling, it can be, I can have some experience which cannot be empirically proven. I can have a dream, I can have whatever. All of these things, not that they are not important. They are important to me as an individual, but they are my spiritual belief. But you can take that to the lab, because if you make any claim in science, it has to be falsifiable. That's where spirituality will not stand the test.
Look, I'm not
we
saying
keep talking about medicine. Let me ask the question. Which was first, medicine or biology?
I'm not saying that spirituality.
Which was first, medicine or biology? Because biology is the actual science.
You're different argument. I'm not saying that spirituality.
I'm trying to make the distinction between understanding actually what science is. So we're talking about medicine. That's a perfect example. Building a pyramid is also a perfect example. Those are all aspects of engineering, trial and error. Is that biology? Biology is a science. So when the ancients were practicing medicine and we're claiming that's science, no, science is biology. Medicine is actual practical.
I'm about to beat both of y'all up.
That's engineering. That's not science.
Not talking. We're gonna beat this up talking.
You see, once you have these distinctions in your head, you do not confuse yourself. Right? Explaining a phenomena, right, in terms of a scientific theory, in terms of physics. This was not what was happening in ancient Kemet.
Right.
Understanding how to go 1 foot in front of the next doesn't mean you're grounded in the principles of geometry. It doesn't mean that. Practicality doesn't equal science. It's a step in the direction, but we're equating the two as if they're interchangeable. Drinking a bush doesn't equal to biology. It simply doesn't.
All right. So at this point, it's time to bring a damn source. I'm talking to playing with y'all. Y'all never gonna get past Wikipedia.
I got some work, man.
You got some work? Go ahead.
Yeah,
where you at? Jump in the conversation. Go ahead. And then we need to put a sign up.
So if we what I think, you know, what we're hearing today is that somehow today's science is divided from religion.
It is.
Am I correct?
It is that.
Oh, here's the interesting thing. Astronomy, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, all Greek gods. Watch this. Watch this, y'all.
It doesn't matter.
Chemistry. No. Wait, hold on. So if all of our categorization.
No, say it again. Slow down. Say it again. Say it again.
I brought out Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, and Saturn. Those are all Greek gods named after planets. Watch this. Here's the categorizations of chemistry, physiology, psychology, and even chemicals. And watch this. How interesting is it that almost everything, because Aunt West brought out that if it was not for writing and people writing stuff, then we would not have a categorization of sciences. But how is it categorized today, sir? You know what I'm saying? Chemistry, right? The Titans, titanium, after the Titans of the Greeks.
Let me stop right here and read the comment real quick. He said, I was in a coma for 3 days. No hospital. Couldn't help. My mom put a medicine man. Did it. And that's what makes it so hard. Because you throw a medicine man in there, he bop, 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 boo, 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 bop, beep, beep, bop, boo, 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 bop, 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 and your ass wake up. And then you think the medicine man did it. That's what makes it so hard. Some things was working and you thought it was the medicine man, but you couldn't explain why came out that coma. And even in modern medicine, there's times where the doctors just don't know. You just didn't die. I don't know. When I got shot in my neck at point blank range, they don't know why I ain't died. They not only don't know why I didn't die, they don't know why that the bullet went straight through my neck, went behind my daggone throat, missed all the major veins in my neck. They don't know why. So you can sprinkle the Christian dust on it. You can sprinkle the ancient voodoo dust on it. You can just say the nigga lucky. Say what you want to say. That's what makes it so hard to separate. That's why humans couldn't do it for over 350,000 years. Because of that right there. Most things that humans figure out, they don't even know why happened. It's serendipity. Look it up. Most scientific inventions is serendipity. Anyway, let us proceed with the conversation. We're at that point right now, man. At the hour mark, man. This episode is brought to you by damn Cash App, man. Hit the Cash App, man. It's right there. I'm going to drop the link. Let me read the super chat. Powered by Cash App and Super Chat, goddammit. Kyle says the only measure that matters is application. If one's belief can't transfer into the betterment in your own life, or in your own life probably, then it's just a useless belief. Hell no. Kelleh is always support, man. He's one of the avid supporters around here, yo. Big time supporter, yo. And he was saying big up to Sekou, yo. Cause he sees Sekou took that step, took that leap. It's funny when you can watch people take a leap. It's funny. Y'all watch me take leaps. I didn't take a leap like that. I took a slow progression. People like Kelleh, this nigga just leaped. He leaped. Boom. Monday he was a Hebrew, Yahweh Elohim. And Friday he was like, that shit crazy. They left him and his partners. It was crazy. Him and his partners, crazy divine suspect. They started looking at him like he was crazy. Because they couldn't figure out why. He couldn't understand. Couple months prior, we had some great conversations, man. I was looking at these guys. I say, man, these guys are super intelligent, man. I can always tell when people is intelligent. You be like, man. But they was intelligent, but they wasn't stubborn. They just was smart, yo. And they was like, okay, we kind of understand that. I'm like, yeah, I hear what you're saying. And but they made a damn leap. Yo, I looked at Kelleh, man. The niggas was making leaps. I was like, y'all funny with the leap technique. Yeah, yo. Pick up the Kyle, yo, on the Great Leap, yo. And add to our community, bro. Because you could have been running around here beating niggas up with the Hebrew shit. Because you could do that too. They was good. They was top notch. They give y'all niggas some problems with the Hebrew shit. Y'all get beat up. They'll beat you up. They would. All right, that is rock.
Prometheus used in scientific terminology, helium from Helios, the sun god, psychiatry, Oedipus complex after a Greek myth of Oedipus, Electra, narcissistic personality after narcissist. See, here's the interesting thing. How are we going to sit here and accept a scientific categorizations, mathematics, chaos theory, Hyperion, Atlas, Greek philosophical concepts, biology, species, genus names, and anatomical structures, Achilles tendons, Atlas vertebrae, Medusa jellyfish. How many in total? It's unnameable. What matters, right? Watch this. Named after gods, elements, helium, titanium, tantalanium, right?
What are you doing?
Oibium. My point is that religion was never separated from science. Now it's all great. Watch this.
You're done. You're done.
Chemical compounds.
You're done, yo. You're done.
That's why you always put me last, because you don't want to hear what I gotta say.
I'm gonna let you go.
Pigment.
Get him, Cedric. Get him, Cedric.
We're gonna get him. The semantic argument you're making is irrelevant. That science does that tongue in cheek all the time, right? They talk about.
I was not done.
Let him finish.
Right? Okay, angels and demons, planet gods, how many in total? Here we go to support. So you know what I'm saying? I'm not done, y'all. I'm almost done.
I'm almost the block, brother.
I am almost done.
The block.
And Roman God, sit down and have several seats, sir. You don't know who you talking to. Heliatius, Dryadela, right? Hippocampus. All of these terms, Hydra, Cerebra, right?
That's a semantic argument, and
he's not even making a semantic argument right now.
I'm about to land my plane. If you can bridle your tongue and act like an adult for a second, right? So
you got to stay on the topic, though, yo.
I'm talking. I'm about to land my plane.
Remember, this ain't the long version.
Then it's gonna make a hot mess of this thing.
No, I just put you off before that happened. You, my man.
But I'm just saying, bro. So
what are you pointing to right now?
Today, classifications are still named.
I know. What are you
proving? God, not after our gods, not after our gods, but after gods. So still.
Okay, you done. Come on, yo, use time,
bro. I didn't even.
Bro, you done. You done, bro.
Talking while I'm talking. You're scared of what I'm saying. You scared of
this how scared I am. This how scared I am. I put his ass in the back. I don't want him to beat me up. Listen, hold on, man. Just because the Greeks named the planets after the Greeks, and just because the Muslims name math out of certain they words, what the hell I got to do with our conversation right now? Nothing. He's a wild guy for that, bro. So I admit they're using the words that the ancient people used in science today. No problem, bro. That ain't got nothing to do with our conversation.
Does mitochondrial Eve mean she come out of somebody's rib? Like that's just tongue in cheek. And science does this all the time. It's a semantic. It has a naming. Doesn't make it anything religious. Come on.
Nobody's saying it's religious. I'm saying that spiritual names and concepts are still used in science today.
Lord, what the hell I got to do with our conversation?
Everything, because you're talking about writing and sciences and the whole nine and how religion is separated from science. And we're talking about how religion is still used in science.
What are you talking, man? Get up, get off.
Spiritual ideas.
Get out. Had to put them out. Just because they name a planet after one of their gods, don't mean we understand the planets through the damn gods. Doesn't mean they bringing their religion into it. They just bringing the name of the god into it. Venus and Mercury and all that. Damn, that's not them still mixing science with religion. Had to put his ass off for that one. That's a flagrant flag pseudo alert. Damn. Or maybe it's a red flag. Maybe it's just a red flag then, huh? Cause he messing that up. Just because the planets are named after deities, and maybe the Greeks thought the planets was a deity, don't mean no. And just because we still carry the name today, don't mean religion is in the sign. Show it mean the name. The name. Damn. Like Yahoo. The Yahoo, the drink, doesn't mean that the chocolate milk is divine. Because it's Yahoo. Don't mean that it's Hebrew. Come on, man. All right. I'm going to drop the Cash App link, man. We got an hour and 10 minutes in here now, man. All right. We ain't got our first Cash App. We got to get our first Cash App. Y'all must don't want the video to keep going. Y'all playing. We got to keep this thing going, yo. The channel. Support. If I was saying something crazy, yo, the pseudos be doing their thing. The pseudos be like, they be hitting them up. They be doing their thing, yo. I'm trying to figure out what we doing. We supposed to be in a better position to help each other. Every time we go live, yo. I tell you support all the time. My man Ghost support all the time. My man No Christian support all the time. The Pseudo Killas support all the time. Kyle support all the damn time. Juju support all the time. Miss Tip support all the time. Yeah, y'all just gotta support though, yo. Y'all gotta support, man. Y'all can't just, yeah. You gotta be able to, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. Why we in this thing together, yo. We working together, yo. That's real. We got 75,000 in the building, man. We taking that break for real. Yeah, you know what I mean, posterity has always got the spectacular shit to say. Posterities. All right. Somebody say stop ignoring the truth. I'm not ignoring the truth. We talking about the Cash App truth right now. We're not ignoring the truth though. That's how Cash App moment had. This episode is brought to you by Cash App. Super chat. We be trying to get a couple super chats per episode. Kyle always lead the way with that. And we got a number of Cash Apps we want to get. We always try to get at least 5. No matter what it is. That's just showing love. Sometimes people like, well, I just want to shut his ass up. We got 74,000 billion. We're going to be letting that line open in a minute, man. In a minute, we definitely going to let the line open. In a minute, we're going to let the line open. Definitely going to let the line open. That's what's going to happen. All right. Where we at? Chris Jones, man. Appreciate you, bro. You on here. Y'all have I ain't called you out, though. Appreciate you, Chris. Gary. Yep, Gary. Always PK Army, Pseudo Killer Official Gary. Appreciate you, Gary. All right, shoot. All right, who else we got? Let's see. Full name. I see you, man. That's some love right there. Yep, Jackie. Oh, goddamn. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more. Y'all did y'all thing today. And that's love, man. Appreciate that. And with that, yo, let's keep it moving, man. And, man, make sure we open the lines, man. Y'all got a good conversation, man. Make sure y'all support the shows, man. We got Gullah Al-Jahid, the book of Al-Jahid. Gullah, you know what I mean? Got to make sure that his type of content be right here instead of giving pearls to swine. We gotta make sure that Gullah get his voice heard. Gotta make sure of that. Gotta make sure that mOzee get his voice heard. 3 the hard way. Gotta make sure that sad talk is cracking. We got some people that need to talk and not get cut off by me. Shit. A lot of times I'll be talking, so I'll be like, man, come on, Cedric. Because he got a lot to say, yo, and he can't get it out quick. Why we got TED Talk? Well, he in complete control. Well, he can say, hold on. And I gotta concede. Because he know the direction he's trying to go in. He can mute everybody out, no matter who on the panel, do his thing. Same with Gullah. Hold on, Gullah. Because he got a lot to say. It be educational shit. That's the same with Cal. I always appreciate when Cal come through and hit y'all niggas with a scientific presentation. Yo, he did one of the best presentations ever on the 5G. I'll never forget that. And then it disappeared. What the hell is going on? What? 53-year-old teenager. Shit. You ain't talking about me. I ain't no motherfucking teenager talking about me. Can't talk about me. All right, let's go. Here we go. Get out.
You see, semantic argument.
Is that what you're trying?
Using nouns, using nouns,
bro.
Using nouns in
position of control. Debate me on it.
Hey,
Debate me on it.
Hey, Lord, do you realize what you're doing right now, yo? We're not doing this. Do you realize that you're talking about naming something, yo?
No.
You can use a religious name in an ancient culture, part of religion, and use the day and modern stuff. They don't got nothing to do with that, bro. It's just a name. You can't separate that. Hey, bro, you almost about to get subtracted from the conversation for even acting like that, bro. You cannot tell me that you sitting up here thinking that, bro. You can't be, bro. You can't be. What is all these pictures you got up here, man? Hey, DZ.
That's me, man. I'm trying to get in, man. I'm trying to source up. I'm trying to source up.
Did he just name Venus and all that? Like
Venus, Mars, every Greek concept.
Read that piece you got up there. Read what you got up there. Let's go, man.
I am gonna read the piece up here. This is crazy. Is it me though?
No.
Is it me, bro?
No, man. I heard it, man. I
don't care what nobody said, yo. Don't nobody got mOzee beat, yo. I don't give a damn what y'all say. Nobody got mOzee beat today. He's the top-notch, super duper looker ship, make it up ship, crazy ship guy in the community. He's the super layered pseudo. I was trying to figure out what his point was with the sunscreen. He was trying to say that the ancients worship science. No, they worship the sun and they understood the value of the sun. And so they wouldn't mix with outsiders because it would mess with their melanin and they wouldn't be as dark. They had to protect them from the sun. I say, He almost got me. I was like, I could kind of see it. I said, I can see it. And that's when I knew that nigga was great at being a pseudo. Because I could see saying, we got to be dark-skinned so we don't get burnt. We had a kid that was lighter, and we had to put more shea butter on him because he was sunburned all the time. So I was saying, man, I just need to keep messing with darker-skinned people. I could see it. That's when I knew this man was one of the greatest pseudos I had ever ran across before. I had to squint my eyes to say, knock it off, funk, knock it off. But I wouldn't say it live, but I was like, does it make sense? And I realized at that point that I was struggling. I was struggling with my own pseudoism. Yeah, that shit ain't supposed to make no sense. What the hell, man? This man. I'll just keep going, man. Hey, look, man. Pick up the miles, you know, man. He fight. Hell with that. He's not trying to hit nothing.
Heard it too. I was like, what? What is he saying? You don't mean that.
How many Greek concepts can I rattle off in 2 minutes? What does that have to do with the conversation? Science and religion are separated. Now you're using some nouns that are prevalent within religious concept. That doesn't mean that science actually engages in any form of spirituality, because it is grounded in methodological naturalism. So that's a semantic argument. You're applying nouns to an argument.
Is it a semantic argument or just he just talking? I don't even think it's semantic. He just holler out names from ancient times and act like they. Okay, look, science is a systematic discipline that builds and organizes knowledge in the form of testable hypotheses and predictions about the universe. Modern science is typically divided into 2 or 3 major branches. Natural sciences, right, which is the study of the physical world. Social science, which is the study of individuals and societies, right? So this is where we at now. But they don't get to this without humans struggling for millennium to separate their spirituality from their science. And it's all right here in this article. If y'all don't got a source that's going to show me, it says the history of science spans, right, the majority of historical record. See, with the earliest identifiable, predecessors to modern science dating to the Bronze Age in Egypt and Mesopotamia. Okay? They say their contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine entered and shaped the Greek natural philosophy of classical antiquity. It goes on to say, and later medieval scholarship, it say whereby formal attempts were made to provide explanations of events of the physical world based on natural causes. You first got to start trying to explain the world through natural causes without having your God in it. Remember, they got murdered in classical Greek for that. You don't know what happened in Africa because they ain't write it down. I'm pretty sure some heads was flying. What? What you mean? The such and such didn't do that? Off with your head. I'm sure that happened. It goes on to say, it says, while further advancements, including the introduction of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system, were made during the Golden Age in India, right? And the Islamic Golden Age. So Golden Age, when you hear Golden Age, that means they have reached a level in science and technology of that particular time, okay? Then you go, now watch this, the recovery and assimilation of Greek works, right? And Islamic inquiry into Western Europe during the Renaissance revived natural philosophy. So the Muslims had to do that. They had to read the ancient Greek texts. They had translating houses. Okay? It's called the House of Wisdom in Iraq. This is during the Golden Age, right? Where the capital of the Islamic Empire is in Baghdad. Remember, they conquered Egypt. They conquered Greece. They did all that. It say which later transformed the scientific revolution. Okay? That began in the 16th century as new ideas, discoveries departed from the previous Greek conceptions and traditions. It say the scientific revolution played a greater role in the acquisition of knowledge in the 19th century. Many institutions and professors who feature science began to take shape along the changing natural philosophy to natural science. So remember, natural philosophy gave rise to science. Remember, you was a naturalist. Charles Darwin was a naturalist. And out of that, then you get science. It's all stages. So we just move right here, right? And we can just, and I ain't reading this, right? But you go to my man, Ashe mentioned not the plier, right? It says science has no single origin. Rather, the scientific thinking emerged. See, we talking about the thinking of it. We talking about you got to get the gods out your mind. It say emerged gradually over the course of tens of thousands of years, taking different forms around the world. A few details are known about the very earliest development. Women likely played a central role in prehistoric science, as their religious rituals. So you had your religious rituals was all in the mix. It say some scholars use the term proto-science to label activities in the past that resemble modern science and in some but not all features. However, this label has also been criticized, right, as denegating or too subjective or what's this? Persistentism. Let me say that right?
Presentism.
Oh, presentism. Thank you, brother. It's a thinking about those activities only in relation to modern categories. Okay, so y'all can see it. It's a direct evidence for scientific processes. Look, becomes clearer with the advent of the writing system. Remember that? In the Bronze Age civilization, ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, creating the earliest written records in the history of science. They say, although the words and concepts of science and nature were not part of the conceptual landscape at the time, the ancient Egyptians and Mesopotamia made contributions, they say, to the world later, finding a place in the Greek and medieval science. I know, but we giving it the chronological order: math, astronomy, and medicine. Right, and so I just want it's a long, slow process.
Yeah,
and for you to jump the steps and make it seem like it was here, it was there, it's white man science. That's not true. You get to the classical time. Now we moving from Egypt, Mesopotamia, to classical periods, right? The classical antiquity. All right, keep moving forward. Socrates and then Plato's and then remember that? Thales. Y'all know who Thales is. I talked about Thales. Right, he sets up the first institution of what you would call like trying to produce scientific ideas. Okay, we move forward. Socrates, okay, Aristotle. We know what happened to them. They was the atheists. Why was they called them atheists? Because they was trying to explain the world through natural causes. Not that they didn't believe in a God. We went through all that. Now you move to the Middle Ages, the collapse of the Western Empire. Due to the collapse of the Western and the Roman Empire, in the 5th century, that's the 5th century, saw an intellectual decline with the knowledge of classical Greek conceptions of the world. All right, that's what I'm talking about. Deteriorating in Western Europe. All right, then you get to the Byzantine Empire. Okay, resist attacks from invaders. Okay, they was able to preserve. Okay, more prior learning. And you just keep moving on. Let's keep moving on. Then you get late antiquity. It's a Middle Ages. Natural phenomenon were mainly examined via what? Aristotelian approaches. Aristotle. So they still trying to reach on some of Aristotle ideas because they was doing what? Trying to look at the world through natural causes, but it was pushed back. They say many Greek classical texts were preserved by the Byzantine Empire, and Arabic translations were made by Christians. Look, now we're getting to what you was talking about. But we're not there yet. The study of Aristotelian flourished in the what, y'all? I told y'all. The House of Wisdom, right? Was believed to be an Abbasid era, public academy, and intellectual center of Baghdad. All right, libraries, translating houses. In these translating houses, you got Muslims, you got Greek thinkers, you got Christians, you got Hebrews. Okay, established. Look, Baghdad, Iraq, and flourished until the Mongol invasion. All right, we keep moving. We're gonna move up to the time periods as you think you're talking about. University of Barcelona. They say by the 11th century, most of Europe had become Christian. Now we talk about your time. Look at the time periods now, right? Chronology is essential in this conversation, and we're never speaking in absolutes, right? And the University of Barcelona emerged as the first university in Europe. Okay, Renaissance period. Whatever the Renaissance period is, right? It's moving forward, moving forward. It's always moving forward. Why? Because you got Copernicus. Y'all know who Copernicus was? Nicholas Copernicus, heliocentric model. All right, he Kepler. All right, Jonas Kepler.
Okay. Can we
printing press? Hold on, bro. Hold on. We're just gonna finish. Printing press.
Yeah, that's too long, man.
Yeah, you're going a different direction.
We understand all this.
Everybody, going a different direction. Y'all don't understand. I'm in the right direction. Then look, the Age of Enlightenment. This is what y'all really familiar with. This what y'all push back against. Because then you're gonna get to put the scientific racism and all that. But all this is important. Sir Isaac Newton, right? Scientific societies, 19th century, Charles Darwin. Yo, he make this thing right here. See what that is? Yeah, y'all see that's a tree of life. We do all this to get to this point right here, right? It wasn't just one person. So I'm telling y'all, read the damn article. I went long for a purpose because I'm gonna let y'all rock out. But I just wanted to show you that it took all of humanity unlocking rooms to get to the stage we're in, and that's okay, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's okay. So it's not white man science. It's a human endeavor.
Yo, Ankh, why are you making straw man arguments for? Like,
thank you. Thank you.
Why? Like,
you said it was the Christians.
How does that build the conversation?
Because you said it was the Christians, and I'm showing y'all that they had not.
The Christians did.
No, I just simply said, bro, that it wasn't a separation yet, and it took different human societies to make that separation, and it came in bits and pieces. That's why I did all that.
What did I say?
Let's go around and reply.
You say it was the Christian.
We go around the block. Let's go around. I got you next, Hercules.
And then you made my argument for me.
I didn't know.
You just went on a soliloquy, right?
I put the first source. I put the first source in the chat.
So what was my argument? Because you're going like now you're going as if
your thing was it seemed like you was on. It seemed like you switched the fight Sekou a little bit. Seemed like you read a little bit. You looked up something which is important, right? And I think you started to catch what I was saying. But I think you overwhooped it with the Christians, though.
What was my argument?
You said it was the Christians that did it, and I say no, it wasn't the Christians.
What?
You just said it. You said the Christians separated.
What was my argument, Ankh? This is what I said. Let me clarify for you, all right? Because you just proven to everybody now, like, don't jump on.
You ain't listening.
All right? You're not listening. Exactly. So take this in. This is what I said, man. I said the most notable and the sharpest event where religion and science were separated happened in the medieval period by European Christians. And that's just a fact. Now, you went back to Aristotle and all these people, and Aristotle and all those people still perform science and all that thinking under a religious paradigm.
So can I ask a question to the whole panel?
You just made that up, bro. I just showed you the daggone Muslims that really started to separate at the House of Wisdom. You made that up, bro.
They started to separate what?
At the House of Wisdom, religion from the science.
Bro, I'm not saying, look, listen to what
really
I said.
Did it. They really was doing it.
No, they didn't. Listen to what I said.
Get out of here, man. They was.
A few individuals here or there might have done that, right? But I'm talking about the sharpest event where like people could see this event happening. It happened in medieval Europe.
It's not that. I'm sure I should. That's why I didn't straw man any. That's why for real, what I did was I showed y'all the whole event in totality. It wasn't one. It was a gradual thing. That's why I did it.
Yeah. Okay. But then the event, the climax of it.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, Unc can never be wrong. You're right. You're right. Unc can never be wrong. That's why I read it. That's why I read all that like that. So y'all couldn't say it. That's why I read it. I didn't say anything. I showed you one whole event. I just read it and broke down each segment of the event.
Right, but he's still not wrong though. You guys are right.
He played the Christian guys. The Christian guys, no, it wasn't. It was all of them.
But he still was correct. Both of you guys are correct.
He still doesn't get
no
it.
Problem, man. I don't get it. He said it was no Hercules. He said it was the sharp. I would say the sharpest event would have been in Egypt. But that medical papyrus was the sharpest damn event. You get my point, right?
Yeah.
At 1900 BCE, right? We ain't talking about the Christian era. We talking about 3,000-4,000 years before the Christians. That's the sharpest event. Now, it says for the first time in human history that they decided to do diagnosis in a coherent manner. That's the sharpest event, bro. Yeah. Go ahead, Hercules, and Sekou.
You want to say cool to go?
Yeah, I'm going to ask a question.
Go ahead.
So I see that most people on the panel are trying to make the argument that spirituality and science should stay together. I want you to make your argument. So I want to ask a question. Because we are making the argument that science is very distinct, is based on very specific rules. So this your science that want to merge with religion, spirituality, I believe in spirituality, but I always say it should be separated. This is my position now, that it should be separated, especially when it comes to the methods of even acquiring knowledge. Because science is very clear, the philosophy of science. I say empiricism and determinism. I can observe, I can test, I can measure. This is how I come to knowledge. Now, spirituality, I don't have to observe or measure or test. I can come to knowledge through dream. I can come to knowledge through feeling. I can come to knowledge through different means that is not empirical. So when you say we should merge it together, what is that methodology? How do we do that? And what is the example of that?
Thank you, Sekou.
Nobody's saying that though. I'm not saying that we should merge science and spirituality.
I want Mansa to start first.
Thank you, fam. I appreciate you, man. All right, so let me reel it back to the beginning.
He didn't say you.
No,
You got
let him go. Go, brother. Go ahead.
Let me reel it back to the beginning.
I'm never showing this nonsense right here. You put on that.
It's not nonsense. Stop it. You always talk about the experts. I'm getting ready to show you what some experts said. So stop.
I'm not showing this. No, you're not.
No, man. No, now you're taking over the show. You're gonna let us source up.
But you got pictures with white people with tails on it.
So I'm getting ready to show you because I have to reel it back to the beginning.
I'm not doing that.
If you would just hush, please. We can sit up here and listen to you pop off all kind of stuff that we don't agree with, and we give you that.
Who do you think he talking to? I got the gun in my hand. I just shot you. Hit the rule. When a person got a loaded gun, don't pop off.
Come on, I wanted to hear what he had to say, man.
Golly, can you look? Argument. Why don't you just show? Why don't you just look, man? Just show the slides, man. Stop arguing, man. Just show the very first one because you're misusing all of y'all. Not that one. Not that one. Go to the very first slide, bro. Go to stop it. Go to the very first slide. No, that's not the first slide. Go to the very first slide that shows the word spirit. Go to the very first slide that shows the word spirit because y'all using it out of context.
Look, what does that to do with
anything? Why don't you go to the first slide?
What the hell
go to the very first. That's not the first slide. That's not the first slide. Go to the first slide, bro. Go to the first slide to show the word spirit because that's what you asked us. Did our ancestors separate their spirituality from science? So start with the first slide.
No, that's not a question I asked. That's not a question.
That was the question he asked. He asked the question in the beginning. Did our ancestors separate their spirituality from science?
Oh, yeah, that was one question. But the question I asked right now is that this sign that you are describing in modern terms, where you want to merge it with spirituality, what are the rules? What is its application? And what is the law of that science?
So Sekou, I'm trying to show that. But I'm trying to be funny by showing all these other slides.
We dealt with the ancestors. We understand that.
Well, I'm dealing with the word spirituality. All right, because in Northeast Africa, this is what spirit meant. It didn't mean what y'all using spirituality from a white man's narrative. But spirit in the Northeast African narrative did not mean what y'all think it is. It has to do with your breath. Now go to the next slide that shows the sun.
You got
Now let's show the next slide that shows the sun. Because y'all want to sit here and act like the ancient Northeast Africans wasn't worshiping the sun. And the reason why they're worshiping the sun because they understand that their breath of life is fueled by the ether and the sun and the green life that is around them. Just go to the next slide, bro. Just go to the next slide. You want to sit there and act like the Greeks wasn't learning anything from people in Northeast Africa. You want to sit there and act like the Greeks wasn't learning nothing from Kemet. Go to the next slide. Why you don't want to show the sun? Why you don't want to show the sun?
Hold up, bro. Can I go?
I'm trying to get to a point. I'm trying to answer Sekou's question, but Aunt don't want me to answer the question.
Go ahead.
Spirituality, according to people in Northeast Africa, is referring to their breath. It ain't got nothing to do with no invisible man, bro.
I think this is important. You said spirituality in Northeast Africa, but yet you show us something that's not from Northeast Africa.
So the sun wasn't being venerated in Northeast Africa.
In the middle of talking.
I was in the middle of talking and you interrupted.
You clearly said Africans in Northeast Africa didn't separate the spirit, but you show us the Hebrew text, which is not in Northeast.
That is not a Hebrew text.
It is, bro. The word is you off.
Yo, the Phoenicians are a form of both Cushite and the Phoenicians are a mixture of Cushite and Greek people, bro. Even your friend Apostle tell you that this is not Hebrew. This is not a Hebrew text.
I can't do it, yo.
Just look at the definition, bro. You want to act like that? You want to act like Northeast Africans did not understand that they breath of life was coming from the sun, the ether, and the green life. You want to believe that?
Can you help me out? Can you help me out, yo? Can you explain to this man what we just? Can you explain to this man what this is, yo? Can you explain to him with that symbol? That's Hebrew writing. Can you please?
Hebrew text.
Somebody tell me
Africa.
That's Hebrew. Jews don't write like that.
Easy band. Can you please tell him that this is part of the Torah, the Bible? Can you just help me out?
They still learned it from Kemet.
I'm about to leave these. You got help.
They still learned it from Kemet. They not talking about the invisible man, bro. They talk about wind. They talking about breath of life. Stop it. You ain't talking about religious people, bro. These people learn knowledge from Kemet, bro. Stop it. Stop it. We ain't talking about no invisible God, dude. Stop it. We not talking about
I can't take it, yo. This is what I'm never doing. I'm never sitting up here while somebody play cuckoo for coconuts. I'm not doing it, yo. Hey, Warlords, you're welcome to come back on, bro. I didn't put you off, bro. Not at all. I didn't.
So I will repeat that question because that guy messed it up. So, Brother Mansa Herrico, so I think I will come to you. Today, in the 21st century, we have our kids. They have to compete with the rest of the world. The Chinese, the Japanese, the Europeans, the whole world is competing. And we say the best way to approach life is through critical thinking, through scientific literacy. And science has this method. It is empiricism and determinism. Spirituality has its place in terms of culture. But when you say you are bringing it to a level of knowledge, empirical knowledge, you want to pair it with science. I'm saying, explain this method to us in modern terms and what can it produce?
Right. So the thing is so understand, I'm not an expert at this. There's something I've been learning so far.
Okay.
I've been understanding so far. Okay.
Yeah.
So the thing is that we truly have to understand that our people, that Black people, that our ancestors completely had a different understanding of the world and the universe. Their epistemology was completely opposite of Western culture of what we know today. So to say, hey, show me, yo, how can we have something separated from our religion and science, separated? For us, we can make a logical argument because we have so much proof. We have hundreds of years of evidence of showing it. And actually, for the brother, I forgot the brother name, the one who was saying that Easy Bands, saying that that you could see it in the 1700s. You can see a sharp separation. Actually, I'm writing a paper right now that shows that the Greeks, you can see the distinguishing from the Greeks and the Egypt, back then. So I'm working on a paper right now. But anyway, to see this difference, we have to look at it from a purely African point of view, and that's where the problem lies. We're not looking at it from that point. They didn't see the world as we see it today. They didn't view the world as we view it today. You know what I'm saying? Because we live. I don't know if all
you're not answering the question, and you're giving us a history lesson that isn't necessary.
I don't know if all of you all would agree that the world that we live in today is a world of what our ancestors, that people ancient will call Isfet. It's an Isphatic site, it's a place of chaos. They, you know what I'm saying? That's what they would call the world. So, that's what they would call the world today. It's an Isphatic society. It's not in Ma'at. It's not in balance and harmony.
Where? You mean in America?
The fucking whole planet.
How about in Africa?
The whole planet.
How about in the rainforest? How about don't you got indigenous Stone Age cultures that people don't even mess with? Is they whirling? So I just want to address you saying that they seeing the world different. But guess what? That's why you got science, because everybody see the world different. Science make us see the daggone sun, the sun. What it is, it's the element producer. Listen, the sun is an element producer, bro. It's called nuclear fusion.
Okay.
Not fission, but it's nuclear fusion in Africa amongst the indigenous people that send their kids to school and become a scientist. It's nuclear fusion. In Australia, it's nuclear fusion. In the hood in Baltimore, when a man goes to college and comes back, it's nuclear fusion. We see the world the same way.
You're looking at it as a
European. I am not. I'm looking at it as the sun is fusion. You tripping. That's why science works. Hold on, y'all. Science works because all people around the world can participate.
Okay.
Without you saying.
Can I ask you a question?
Listen, gravity is gravity, and the science to calculate gravity is applied universally.
Okay.
H2O is H2O wherever you are on this planet. Oxygen is oxygen wherever you are on this planet. Blood types are blood types wherever you are on this planet. This allows us to that determinism that we're talking about. How you want to codify the sun in your religious practice is another conversation. But the fact is, it's an element that produces fusion, right? Which produces the heat, which radiates this planet because of our open system that requires constant energy input. That's universal, regardless of your worldview. That is science. And again, please answer Sekou's question. How do you fuse these two? One is mechanistic, deterministic, and empirical, and the other relies solely on your imagination.
So Cedric, it's really cultural. That's why I don't hold on. That's why I don't actually accept God, right? Because it forces me to put a culture in a superior stance. I'm gonna say this again. The reason I don't accept God, because it forces you to put a particular culture in a superior stance, bro. AE Christianity, Easy Bands will absolutely tell us that Jesus Christ died for the sins of the whole world, yo. What about the whole world? They don't even know that. And that's when it falls in your lap, Hercules. See, I can agree that ancient Egyptians had a different worldview. I agree. That's not the conversation, though. You got to answer the question.
It is to the conversation.
Okay,
listen. Hold up, Sekou, because Cedric clarified your question, and to answer that question, we know that their spirituality wasn't based on falsehood. So if they said that Ra gave them life, you can you can wake up tomorrow morning and you will see Ra. Shoot, it blows further free. Don't act like you don't know what true is. You feel
get him easy, bang. You see what he just did? He put superiority.
No. Wait. Just because they gave names and anthropomorphic logic to these natural elements do not make the elements fake. The elements are real.
They didn't know the elements. Hell,
brother, hold on. What I'm trying to say is that what I'm trying to say is that not only do they understand the universe in the perspective that we see it today, they calculated it mathematically and they showed us, they left it in the pyramids. That's my whole point. It's not, they didn't stop at algebra. Their mathematics went to differential equations and complex analysis. It was far beyond what white people been telling us. So they was very advanced.
There you go.
They understood what we understood today about the universe.
We got a question on the screen. I want the people to deal with the question. It says science doesn't answer the question to everything. So spirituality fills it in morality and ethics. What is the basics of objective morality and why should one be moral? Each culture decides. My answer is each culture decides what's moral and what's ethical.
Yeah,
it's a cultural thing of ideas and concepts. That's my answer.
That's just the answer. So this is the same thing that we are going over and over again. See, Mansa, the question I ask you is, I think, what they call epistemology. How do you know what you know? Okay? How do you know what you know? Because scientific knowledge, one of the most important things is the replication and generalization. If I take a sample and do an experiment, we should be able to replicate it. We should be able to apply it in real life and it work. So for me, when I speak of spirituality, I'm like finding meaning in existence. That is cultural. It has to do with every culture. The Chinese would do it differently. The Japanese would do it differently. The Indians would do it differently. It's not the same. It is how, in fact, spirituality, the symbolism in spirituality depends on the environment. Those who live around water, their spirituality surround water. Yeah. People who live in the desert do not speak of water as part of their spirituality. Those who live in the forest will be quite different. So it's an environmental thing. It's how people construct their worldview, morality, and how they govern their society. But when we speak of empirical knowledge, of things we observe in the world and how the natural law of nature works, it's the same everywhere. So, but for me, when people say our ancestors have a different approach than the Western man, for me, first of all, I'm asking, are you talking about if you want to compare our ancestors, we have to compare them with the European ancestors, not modern Europeans. Because what they're doing, they will take our ancestors, then they compare them with modern Europeans. I don't know how that works because they don't even live in the same time period. Our ancestors live in a different time period.
Drop a bomb.
We have to compare them with the European ancestor of the time.
I agree.
We can compare them with modern Europeans. I don't know how that works for the people. So I am saying,
hey, Sekou, you gotta. Hey, Sekou, hold on. Sekou, you gotta hold on. Check this out, bro. That's some profound ass shit right there. All this damn time, I don't know how I missed that.
You ran past that stop sign.
I ran past that sign 100 times. You know, hold on. Hey, Sekou, I'm gonna pull up a picture and I'm gonna show you they did exactly what you just said. Now say that again, yo. Say that again. Repeat that again.
What I was doing. That's not what I was
we're
doing.
not worried about you. Say what you're saying because you're actually doing it. But say that again, Sekou.
If you want to speak about how our ancestors view the world, then you have to compare them with the ancestors of that time period of European people, not modern Europeans. Because modern European, our ancestors don't live on the same time period. They're not having the same cultural understanding. So comparing that is very wrong. We have to compare them with us and compare our ancestors with the ancestors of that time. So this is how it works.
I would concur on that.
I think that's what I did. I think that's exactly what I did.
Right.
No, we keep making a false equivocation, and that's why his position is correct.
Why should they be the same?
Yeah, we compare our ancient ancestors with modern science, and that's a false equivocation because you need to compare ancestor with ancestor and our time with our time, and you would see the universality that science has given us. Because we can walk into a medical hospital anywhere in the world and be diagnosed by people who do not speak the same language, give you medication, who have never seen you before, and heal you and cure you or fix the problem. So that is a testament to the universality of science.
Hold on. I'm just showing the image. This is exactly what Sekou just said. I said I ran across this thing. I use it all the damn time. And I say, yo, you know how racist this is, yo? He got Europeans safely fixed in the 1900s.
Right.
With a three-piece suit on, as if all these groups of people couldn't buy and have three-piece suits. Right. But he got everybody in their ancient garb. That ain't European. Because if you showed them in that ancient garb, yo, you was like, it'd have been equal right there.
I would say
I missed this. I showed this picture. I said this is racist. I said everything I just said, but the simple explanation is they do not compare It's not a fair comparison. Ancestors with ancestors. He compares moderns with ancient. It's the most ridiculous racist thing ever. And you know why they do that, right? Because they're only willing to show the advancements of Europeans and not when they was in the damn Stone Age with everybody.
Exactly.
They say, cool, I can safely say, I will safely make this point here, bro. And we need to do this more often. We need to say, hey, bro, you know what, yo? Nigga, I learned something today, yo. And I appreciate you, bro. I definitely raised my game with that one little statement. That's all it takes. Is one damn statement for one person to elevate your game even higher. Say, cool, you know what it is, bro. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah.
That was the kill shot for me. That was the kill shot. Argument over. There is nothing more to interject.
Yeah, y'all done. Y'all done. They say you should have waited later for the statement because now ain't nothing to argue about.
Hold up. Let me say something real quick. It's real short. Real short. I understand what you were saying, brother Sekou, about you using modern terms to explain ancient terms.
We do that with the Greeks and the Kemet sometimes. So the Greeks said this. The Greeks and the Kemetic writing sometimes they're not even in the same generation. But they take the Greek, then they take the Kemet. Sometimes 3000 BC, then 700 BC. Then you compare the Greeks and the Kemet. How you do that?
Right.
You said they are different. Of course, they have to be different.
Let me say this. I'm not. So the thing is that I didn't do that. And what the thing is that what is not the same as language with mathematics, because the math is going to stay the same no matter how many centuries pass. When I say something is a mathematical constant, that is a constant in the universe, that means that number existed before humans existed. It was a constant. And the fact, here's the thing. On PBS, on YouTube is a PBS channel called PBS Space Time. And they talk about the quantum numbers and all that. And there's a number called the fine construct constant. And it's the ratio, the magnitude between on a quantum level between the protons and the atoms. It measures the wavelength of the interaction of the atoms on a quantum level. Here's the thing.
You gotta make it
clear. Says, let me end this with this. The guy says, how do you talk to an alien species that you've never talked to before? Usually you use mathematics or chemistry. So you can recognize universal constants that are in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to speak to an alien culture.
Agreed.
And here it is. Mm-hmm. In ancient Kemet, not in just one, not just in the Great Pyramid, but in the pyramid of Menkaure and in the step pyramid is the fine construction constant. It is not something that you could just do randomly. You have to literally plan it out to put it there.
Hold on. I see what you're doing now.
Man, this is post-hoc. This is post-hoc and it's finest. So now how does this apply to Machu Picchu? Show us the calculations in there and put down those words. Now you're backing down. So you see, in building a stone structure, the maximum you can acquire out of that is geometry. And geometry is basic. Let us start there. And engineering predates mathematics. You can build structures. You can build structures without having the mathematics. What you're doing is post hoc. Why? Because you cannot show us these prime numbers. You cannot show us these equations. You cannot show us these equations. What you're doing is called post hoc. It's post hoc. It is retrofitting. It is assuming because these calculations apply that they had them. Me walking 10,000 miles doesn't mean that I had a ruler. It simply meant I walked this distance that was subsequently measured with the necessary tools. You are putting the cart before the horse.
All right, Spencer, let DZ go. Hold on, let DZ go. You got to say something.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Yeah. I've been sitting here listening, and I am seeing and hearing people. I think people call it fence sitting, where you have one leg on one side and one leg on the other. I know that it should be a little bit more contention in this panel, because I'm looking at some of the people here, and some of the people here absolutely do not agree with Ankh and Cedric on a very regular basis. I don't know if they up here trying to piece it out, you know what I'm saying, and you know, trying to damn get along, go along with it. But nah, we not going to darn do that. You know, Sekou asked the darn question. I don't think anyone answered it yet. First of all, I think that the brother asked, how can we merge spirituality and science? I've heard two people now beat all around the darn block, beat all around. We still trying to build Wakanda. We still trying to have spears that darn shoot out darn laser stuff. No, stop it, people. Lay it on the floor. Stand on your actual square. Don't be trying to be up here trying to darn piece it out, because you all be in the darn chat and on other panels saying science doesn't know everything. Science doesn't know everything. You know, filling in God or the gaps and all. Hey, I need to hear it. I need y'all to darn bring it out now. Bring it out now. All right, let me fall back.
I was trying to bring it out, but he shut me down.
I didn't shut you down. You was rude, yo. We already said no, I tried to tell you, mOzee. I tried to tell you that normally, I try to say normally we're very contentious with each other. And I wanted to make sure that we held a certain decorum with each other, yo. Just like DZ just said. I think we're doing a great job. I think the conversation is better when we actually talking like this. We can actually understand and hear what all of us are saying. And I'm saying, since we slowed the conversation way down, your thing that you were showing actually had nothing to do with the conversation, bro. You had it wasn't coherent. I could say that as your brother. It just didn't match the conversation, yo.
I don't understand why you would say that, bro. It's obvious. I still worship the sun like my ancestors did. So this is the scientific question I have for all of y'all.
Objection, brother.
We got a screen up. Hold on, mOzee. We got a screen up. Go ahead, Easy Bands. You got the screen up?
Oh yeah. So this is
basically. Tell us what you're trying to prove right now.
This is from the scientific. It's about the scientific revolution. Basically.
I know. Read the title. What does it say?
Scientific revolution from.
You know that's in a specific time period, right?
It does have time periods it's talking about.
What is it? What does it say? What's the time?
So it's more. It's I was just trying to find a specific part that I could go to, but I'll just go through it anyways. So scientific revolution, drastic change in the scientific thought that took place during the 16th and 17th centuries. A new view of nature emerged during the scientific revolution, replacing the Greek view that had dominated science for almost 2,000 years. Science became an autonomous discipline, distinct from both philosophy and technology, and it came to be regarded as having utilitarian goals. By the end of this period, it may not be too much to say that science had replaced Christianity as the focal point of European civilization. So this is basically what I was talking about.
Hey, right there, yo. And that's when people get mad and start saying, well, you know, the Europeans separated. Yeah, they made it, but that's why they was able to make it. That's my point, Easy Band. They was able to get to the scientific revolution. Hold on. That's why I read that long ass source. I am telling you that humans and their behavior would not been able to get to this without one, the key milestone in medicine. The key milestone in medicine occurs in the Nile Valley where they write that papyrus, right? And they separated, they got coherent treatments, but then on the next page, they got the magic, right? I'm saying that exhibits that they're not quite there yet. The Greeks pushed forward based off of what the Egyptians was doing. The Muslims come in at the house of, they translate all the ancient stuff. They gatekeepers of it, right? They move a little bit forward. Now, these Christian thinkers, I want you to know how science works. They stand on the, hold on. Hey, yo, I want you to know that the astronomers and the medicine and all that, they stand on the shoulders of the ancients, bro. That's what I've been trying to get y'all to see. And they was able, based off of the history of science, they was able to say, you know what? We can just totally break away. But they wouldn't be able to do it if not the prior people. I promise you, easy, man. That's how hard this is. That's why right now you got people in the chat talking about, oh man, the evolution don't got nothing to do with your beliefs. Right now, in 2026 with AI, you got people saying evolution ain't real, bro. Right now. So think about in the 1600s, bro. You got to really think about this. Watch mOzee take off. Watch mOzee just say something. Watch mOzee do it. mOzee gonna do it. Hey, mOzee.
It's a complete
just share my screen, man.
Did you want me to come back up or should I just leave again?
No, not that one. Sorry, my bad. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong spot.
That
was the wrong spot, bro. Hold on a second.
Go ahead, Warlord. Warlord was up there. Warlord, you act like a bigger baby than me. Come on.
Oh, no, come on, B. And you a big baby, bro. You
a big baby. I ain't gonna lie.
But so yeah, like, you know, I would appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess I don't have the right sweater on. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Hold on. What you say? Hold on.
1 second, brother. 1 second. Y'all just
yo, I know you, Easy Bands. You my brother, man. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Right.
Brother.
Go ahead, Easy Band. Go.
No. But Ankh, y'all just cut me. So Ankh, that's exactly what I was saying, and that's what I was trying to explain to you, right? In the, for a span of 2,000 years since the Greeks, it was the Christian Europeans that basically separated religion and science in the most drastic fashion, where to this day we still use.
No, they completed the break.
What's that?
Yeah, the white boy did it. I would say they did it. I would say they did it because they.
That's what I said. But that's what I said, and y'all was disagreeing with me. But now
you're right.
You're right. No, you're right about that whole. No, hold on. Wait. Hey, Easy Bands. Right. Listen. No, they made a complete breakaway. I'm thinking they did it.
That's fine.
Watch this. I think they culture. Listen to what I'm saying, y'all.
Right.
It lend itself more to get away from the spiritual than anybody else.
Yes, because of the apathy. Yes.
Hey, watch this. Watch this.
Absolutely.
Hold on. They religion itself. Watch this, y'all. Their religion is not communal. Their religion say that it's you a sinner. That means each individual is a sinner.
Right.
And the African collective, they say it's a community, it's something collective going on. So I'm saying they religion, they monotheism, it kind of allowed you to break away because it's, watch this, y'all, because their religion actually separated them from all of nature, where now there's a creator of nature, where the ancients were saying it's all in nature. You get that? Which is deep, bro. Hey, yo, that's deep,
bro. That was my point.
All right,
my
God,
man.
That's deep.
Yo, respect, man.
That's
finally see my point of view. Respect.
I got you. So you know, just like you see me, I got you. That's
listen, I'm never ever going to be the type of person where you can't give me pushback, and I won't freaking sit here and listen to you and take that. I'm not no dogmatic brother.
Nah.
Okay. So you know what I'm saying? Like, I just didn't respect, you know what I'm saying, getting tossed down stage. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me fly. And then you can correct me and listen, I'll eat that. Cedric, no. Cedric, call it. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, so my whole purpose was not to say that because so many things within science are named after gods that there wasn't a separation between people who thought in the literal as opposed to the symbolic. I'm saying that that those things still exist there because it's kind of started there. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. Doesn't mean that we can't evolve and grow and start to understand how to separate our science from our social. Now, one of the things about science, though, what we always leave out, we always focus on the material, you know what I'm saying, and the literal physical sciences, which can be quantified. But what can't be quantified is the socio and psychological. And that's what I always have to go back to when I revert back to, like, even with this book that I have here from college. It's called Reading Diversity and Social Justice. Don't you know that in this book, they use so many religious terminologies, not just in the area where they're dealing with people who have a religious perspective, you know what I'm saying? But or race religious discrimination, but within the language, you can still see them using symbolic language, even though it's more of an empirical text. This is what I had for my sociology class, right? And so what I find is that even in science today, while we can separate the material from the sacred and the profane, we can separate the two. Listen, Sekou was dropping it. He was dropping it, right? We can separate the sacred from the profane. What we cannot do is separate the filter in which we receive all of this information, which we all share, and it's called a brain. And this is what me and Cedric debated about.
And the psychology of it, that's why I said religion is a psychological, cultural, right. It's a cultural, social system of way of thinking.
Yes.
Right. And so to our detriment, our way of thinking didn't allow us to make that complete breakaway. We was always saying, ho, ho, ho. You know what I'm saying?
But did we really make a full breakaway? Is the question. Did we really make a full breakaway?
Yes. So with all the sciences, first of all, when we take psychology and sociology into account, they are quantitative analysis. They quantify and codify how these processes affect our reality and how we engage with them. They do not substantiate or make religion or something of the sort anything quantitative. They just quantify the experience, right? And again, back to Sekou's initial question. I'm not moving from that point. At the moment we want to continue to interject spirituality into a scientific conversation that rests on methodological naturalism, only natural phenomena explains the natural world. How do you bridge the two? What is the purpose? What is the mechanism? And what is the byproduct? We are not moving from there.
I would like to answer that question if I don't get interrupted again.
Hey, hold on. Hey, stay cool. Check the chat. Check this chat to the side real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, my message was for the audience. They just slow. You know what I mean? They're not getting where I'm coming from.
The number right there, Sekou.
It's called the Kruger-Dunning effect. That's what it's called.
Hey,
you see my message, right? You see my message, right, Sekou? Can you see it? It's in the chat. It's in the private chat.
Yeah, I've seen a message. I don't know, but that's
click it. That's me. Click it.
Ankh, man, I trouble you to share my slide.
Is the one that say Ankh the God Killer?
No, yo, it's right here. I'm typing in. Look, right here. I say yo.
Yeah, yo. Yeah, I've seen it. What does it mean?
All right, and look underneath that. Put that there, yo.
Okay.
You know what that symbol means? Come on, bro. I ain't trying to just let your business out. Come on. Type it in there. Go ahead, man. What is you trying to say, man?
I have to, in order for me to answer Sekou's question, I need to trouble you to share this slide.
What is Sekou question? Do you remember what it is?
Yeah. How does science get us to the point where science and religion come together? How is that going to benefit us? And that's what I'm trying to show him, how science and our ancestors' religion, how that would benefit us as Africans.
No, that's not the question.
Let me just go with this right here.
So you gotta go with the question, bro.
All right. So Sekou, go ahead and reiterate the question while this screen is up, and then I'll show y'all why I got this screen up. Can you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, I think Cedric really explained it very well what I meant, because sometimes the lack of better word, but he said it very plainly. What we are asking is, in modern time, if you want to marry these two together, we know how knowledge is obtained in science. It's through a medical process. And we know also spirituality, how knowledge is obtained. It can be dream, it can be revelation in the speculation realm or subjective realm. How do you marry the two? What is the methodology of doing that? What is the byproduct after doing that? And what is the purpose?
Okay, so how do I marry the two?
Yeah.
I just showed y'all that the word spirituality, y'all not using it according to the way our ancestors used it. Our ancestors used the word spiritual, and the understanding of that word has something to do with our breath of life. So when I breathe in the breath of life, what I hear in my spirit is this right here that you see on the screen.
All right, man, I can't take no more, man. We need what? Yeah, mOzee. All right, I'm dropping that link, man. All right, get up here, man, and have a healthy discussion, man. That was a great one right there. That was a battle royale right there. We were doing our thing right there, man. All the brothers made a contribution, whether it was a pseudo contribution or a contribution. It was a contribution, man. Man, big up to everybody, man, to the pseudo killers, man. We got the sad talk coming, yo, right? And we got the book of Al-Jahid coming, man. All right, on a regular basis, man. Let them brothers' voices get heard, man. Sometimes we drown each other out because I know which way I got you. I'm setting up the left hand to throw the right. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And I don't need nobody messing up. When I'm in a fight, I gotta be to fight the way I need to be to fight. I know how to. Cedric fighting, he know how he want to get him. When Gullah fighting, he know how he want to get him. Them niggas gotta have their own shit. Simple as that, because they prolific at what they doing. Point blank. All right, so them niggas doing their own shit. I want to sit back and cross my goddamn arms, you know, like I like to do. Cross my arms like this. See, this what I be doing. This is what y'all don't know. I do this. I sit back, cross my arm, right, and I be taking all kind of notes and shit. That's what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I want to sit back and hear Cedric and hear Gullah and hear mOzee and hear Kent and hear the pseudo killers, y'all. That's what I like to do. Malcolm. That's what I like to do, man. Hey, Donnie, I got a show just for you, Donnie. I just wanted Donnie to say it all. Donnie say it all the time. You said you an Egyptian. You said on SaNeter accounts. Hey, Donnie, I've been waiting. I finally found it. I got my DNA. I had to get my DNA test. I had to find it. I got it. Big up the Chief X Show. He showed the video. I forgot that I actually played that shit on Kim on Trial. I forgot. Yeah, Donnie. We're going to see was I making it up, right? Was I just making shit about the airline? Let's see. We're going to find out. Donnie, just for you, Donnie, you my man. Donnie is my number one hater. I like Donnie. He stay on my head to keep me. He makes sure I get lying. He got the one thing. That's the one thing he think he got on you. Oh, you said you was an Egyptian. That shit funny as hell, yo. So what? Let me do this for the audience. So maybe I don't know. I was the first nigga in the conscious community. This is about thinking 16 years ago that produced the DNA test. Nobody had done that. Niggas ain't even know what the DNA test was. Right? I know brother Ishmael Law took one. I took one. And before that point, nobody go find a video where niggas is showing their results. Might have been the first nigga on YouTube to show the damn results like that, to be honest with you. So, I'm going to show y'all my DNA test. I'm going to have to. I got to do it. Donnie, just for you, Donnie. Donnie. See, one thing y'all going to find out about me, that I never have an issue with you putting forth No, I make a mistake and y'all go over it. I think that's dope. Because then I learn something. But when you misconstrue shit and just to try to make your point and lie, then I'm like, man, y'all lying, man. Why y'all gotta do that? Because I feel like I'd be better than y'all, some of y'all anyway. I'm talking about the haters. I'm definitely better than my haters. Better than them. That's the issue. When you better than them, you gotta cheat. Gotta cheat to try to catch up. So everybody be cheating on me, man. But I ain't mad, man, because if you ain't got no haters, then nigga, you ain't going hard enough. But Donnie, just for you, bro. Just for you and your pal Chief X. Chief X made a good video. I like that video. Yo gave me, I was like, thank you, Chief X. Because I couldn't remember where I was like, damn, where did I do them? Where the fuck did I do that I let people see my DNA test? I let them see it on YouTube, right? But I did it at the Kimmel on trial. Remember that? Did I drop the link? Where y'all at? How y'all doing? Y'all at work? Y'all the white man job. Pick up the Donnie though, Donnie. Donnie hate me. For real. You be like, why you hate me, Donnie? Don, he don't know. King Hercules, that was the battle royale, man. Don't say nothing, King Hercules, yo. He got that gold medal for karate or something. He'll kick your head and mess with him. You better have some ancient Maya in you, boy. Come up here kicking people, man. Crazy. That was one of them shows, man. I done heard niggas say, Ankh say you can't use the word black. It's black African power, yo. That's my mantra. I started showing that black African power, but I say you can't use the word black. Just better than themselves. Sometimes I just sit back. I let niggas talk shit for 5 years. I just found like getting them. Donnie talked shit for 5 years. If they showed that video when I was in SaNeter.
Donnie's been talking shit.
5 years, I know. Maybe a little bit less because he ain't been around 5 years, but he been talking shit. So I seen Chief X did a video a couple years ago about me sitting on SaNeter cat. I say, well, I can say I'm the man child. And he took it out. He took that to say I'm saying I'm a mad job. But if you know your history, that was the morning after the Kimmel on trial when I read my results. And thanks to Chief X, he did another video. I was like, okay, that's where So we're going to play a piece of the Kimmel on trial when I read my results. Now, I'm reading my results. Now, man, this is how long? That's 10 years ago, yo. All right, 10 years ago, bro. And I got my DNA test now, right? I got some interesting shit on my DNA. Now I know how to articulate it better. Now I got a better command 10 years later, right? On what it is and what it ain't. What's up, though, man?
Move that far.
I know. Why not? First
of all, they're illustrating exactly what science is. Continuous development, continuous growth. If you got to go back 8, 10 years to try and get me, then you're actually illustrating my group. Thank you very much. Yes, y'all tune in tonight at 9:30. I listen back to this program, and my set talks is going to be critical in this community. I can't take it anymore. We need to get disciplined. We need to use terms correctly. We need to apply terminologies in the right place. Without being accurate in science, you're going to be all the way off. In Dutch, there's a saying, bijna raak is helemaal mis. That means if you almost hit the mark, you missed it completely. And that is why I think this is important. And thanks, God Killer, for creating the idea. 2 o'clock in the morning, I see set talks. And my head went into overdrive. So I appreciate it. Tune in.
Now, because it's tight, yo. And it was me. Go ahead. Go ahead, Cedric.
No, go ahead.
No, me and Kent was throwing around the idea, right? And I was like, man, Cedric talk, yo. He was like, no, say it talk. He was like basically like, oh, now say it, you know, that's what kicked door low. He, you know what I mean? Yeah, he throw that flavor in there. He had it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he put the baseline on. Now say it talk. Right? I want to say, and it makes sense. It's just the whole thing. I mean, that's what you rate that.
Again,
you know what I'm saying? You rate that. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, it's a testament to the pseudo killers, how we work as a collective unit. I didn't come up with the name. It is understanding the nature and the character of the individual. So again, it's a shout out to the team. Shout out to Kick Low. He's going to be riding shotgun with me tonight. And it is an opportunity because, yes, I am a stickler for the discipline. I am a stickler for the rules. I get pet peeve when I hear terminologies being misused and misappropriated. So it's a great opportunity to slow the conversation down. I see where we are growing. At the same time, I see where we need to do some tweaking in terms of how we articulate ourselves in the scientific discourse. We are continuously having to deal with flawed methodology, incorrect assumptions, colloquial application of meaning, chronological misuse of data. So we're going to slow the conversation down. We're going to actually frame what science is. And then eventually over the episodes, we're going to address my little pet peeve, specific points of reference. For example, Hercules keeps assuming that mathematics is equal to science, right? My ability to count doesn't mean I can count atoms. My ability to walk from here to China doesn't mean I can accurately determine a mathematical equation, right? So we're going to deal with some of these assumptions, a lot of emotional positions within science, and science absolutely asks you to leave your emotions at the door. And I think in episode 3, I'm going to deal with race. I'm so tired of this. We engage in science and we interject our ideas of race, and again, takes us all the way off the field. We're no longer playing football. We're playing some other game that is unrecognizable. So I appreciate you, God Killer. Appreciate you, Kick Low. Tonight, 9:30, tune in for the first episode.
I mean, but shit, man, you've been acting like you was doing your own show for fucking 2 years now. I just got tired of it. I'm doing I got tired of that shit. I say, man, look. You forgot? I ain't let you forget. You and Juju, I tired of that shit, man. Hell man. No, sir. In the game. No, sir. Don't get me. Yeah, I get tired of not letting you. I mean, because I know you got a lot of shit to say, right? And I'm not sure if you recognize, if we're on a panel, you only got room for one person to really get it all the way out all the time. That's gonna be the nigga moderator. Everybody else we gotta, it's a clock that's got to go in your head. Every moment can be a teaching moment.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Then only one person can have teaching moments. For real, like a good, nice, you know what I mean? So I say, when you have the ability to do that, that means you gotta do your own show. Because you have the ability to command the whole audience. You don't need nobody. Like I can do this right now. And you can start doing the show. Everybody can't do that, Yeah, because you did that. You're an actor, right? You do that shit for the island. You did that during the vaccine. You did fucking news broadcast. This is what you do for real, right? So I'm saying is, people don't do this for real. You do that for real. You know what I mean? I've seen you do live broadcasts for real with the real cameras, with the real, you know what I mean? Don't mess up the vaccine shit, because now you broadcasting to the whole thing. Don't mess it up. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't know that about you, bro. They don't know who you really is. And they disrespect, They disrespect the expertise that you bring to disrespectful niggas, yo. I'm telling you, your niggas is disrespectful, yo. I'm gonna show you how disrespectful dudes is. You'll read something from UNESCO. 5 years, 7 years later, they make fun of you for reading it and say you're an Afrocentric. I read it from a scientific body. The scientific body says that the Egyptians are not black, are not right. We reject we reject race, right? Because it's a social construct that the ancient people didn't have. At that point, I'm thinking I'm around people who say, okay, I'm just simply saying when we're having a conversation about the Egyptians, the social construct can't be introduced not unless you play the one drop rule. Now you right back into pseudoscience. You was about to say something?
No, I completely agree. From the moment the UNESCO declaration has been set, that's supposed to create a parameter. It's supposed to create boundaries in which the conversation needs to happen, right? And again, we've been over this over and over. If you interject race, you are creating a false, you're being anachronistic, and you're creating a false narrative, which we are fundamentally trying to get away from. Anthropology allows populations to exist within their own context, within their own right. Us West Central Africans exist within our own context, within our own geography, within our own right. If you understand history and follow the chronological order of things, that term black has specific and very narrow application. We cannot randomly now apply this term anachronistically and all over the place, because it creates a false dichotomy connecting West Central Africans to Egypt, which is completely bogus. Number one, and academically, it says nothing. What does that mean? They're black. If I tell you, Ankh, John is black, it is based on your social framing that you are going to quantify and codify what that means. Say that to 10 people, they have 10 different conceptions. And can you now present a phenotype when I just say black?
Right.
What phenotype are you going to represent? Southern Asians, West Central Africans, Nilotic Africans, Northeast Africans. What are you going to represent?
Yeah, like, the interesting thing is you would have to go all the way back to Blog Talk days. You gotta go back like 20 years. But when you gotta go back to the days when I was defending Clyde Winters, the niggas don't even know that. Well, I talk about the royal lips, right? I think I'm gonna bring some of them videos forward. Because your enemies are using it against you, so I might as well put it out there first, right? I'm talking about the royal lips and all that shit, you know what I mean? But this is me working through it, right? You know, you're trying to get out of, when you're thinking a phenotype is African, right? That's par for the course. That's not an issue. But now that we in the thick of it, right? I mean, and we in the thick of it, that's something you shouldn't be saying. So I basically like to judge people on what they're saying now. Like, I want to judge Sekou based off what he's saying now. I'm not going to judge Sekou Kelleh off of what he said in the debate. Right? What's that, 3 years ago?
You're not appreciating his growth.
Yeah, I'm not appreciating his growth. I'm just trying to win at this point. I don't like him at this point. I'm trying to get him at this point. If a person yesterday say the Egyptians was black, right? And we have a discourse, and then the next day they come on and say, well, hold on, yeah, I got it. That makes sense. I'm not saying that. Then am I going to go back to that comment? You wouldn't do that if you cared about having real discourse and real information. But if you're a hater, right, and you want to participate under the grounds of lying and deceit, then you would actually keep doing that. So I find it amazing that brothers and sisters today would claim that I promote Black Egypt when I went to the lion's den would be Aztec. It's not Aztec where the Afrocentrics present the information, where not only Afrocentric people, but just scholars in general, right, present the information. Okay, so if I'm if I got invited to Aztec and you had to submit an abstract, and my argument was against he just was calling himself black, then if you still saying that now, that was 7-8 years ago, right? If you still saying that I'm saying that, then you just a fucking hater and you probably need to get punched in your mouth. But since that's not what we do, right? Because that's barbaric, that's senseless, that makes no sense, right? That's not even par for the course. That's very ignorant, right? Then I'm just thinking you just don't like me. And you got every right not to like me. You got every right not to like me.
Yeah, because it wasn't about the information then, right? Then our dispute was not one of academics, because if it's one of academics and you can acknowledge my growth, you don't need to take me back. If I've learned to present the information better, if I've addressed the flaws in my own articulation, why would you hold me to a standard that I have long surpassed? Why would you engage with something I do not hold any longer? Like I entered into the conversation, and it was of course, if Mariah Carey is black, then the Egyptians are black. Not knowing the full context of what I was articulating and the implications, especially in this community. When you are fighting against pseudoism, it is then imperative that you be academically sound, correct, and stay the course, right? There is no room for colloquialisms and your personal ideas, because this is what you're going to create, these false dichotomies.
Well, we learn it every day, yo. What's going on, Ashay? What's up with you, man? Bomb squad in the damn building.
What's good, Ashay?
What's good with your brothers, man? What's going on?
How you doing, man? What's on your mind? I know you always got some interesting shit to say. What's up with you?
No, man, I was just watching you brothers, man. It's like, I must say this though. A lot of times, bro, we don't want to start discrediting our own selves, trying to be masters of semantics. Because at the end of the day, I get it, you know, and I'm not saying you are, but let me look at you, brothers. Hold on, let me put my sandwich down.
Masters of semantics. Yeah, explain that. You always got to.
We don't want to be masters of semantics, because at the end of the day, our job is not to really appease to the quote unquote white community, scientific community. It's truly not. While we can go get the information from there, we can go get the water from there, but our job is to bring that water back to our people and educate our people. If we can't educate and relay our points to our people in a way that they get it, in a way that they can understand it and understand it and internalize it, then our job is null and void. You know what I'm saying? That it becomes null and void. So I'm not going to be I'm not going to be semantic master when I hear a brother use a term like black, because I know what he's talking about. I know what he's talking about as far as even the United States government knows what he's talking about, because when I signed up for a job, it says African American / black on the paper. You get what I'm saying? So we know what they mean when they say black. Yes, is there a more scientific way to go about it? Yes. But if we're talking about educating young, old, and everybody in between, they may not just be hip to those terms and we might have to ease them into the more scientific terms, and then understand and then give them the layers on how we get to these particular terms as well. We got to be educators. I know it's good to sit up as the gods over everybody and shit and talk our shit from up here, but we got to be able to get down here and educate our folks a little bit, man. I really believe that.
I hate to tell you this, brother.
Talk to me.
I can do that, but you can't. I can shift back and forth, but you can't, because now we got 20 solid years of niggas teaching scientific literacy. The community is ready. You're not talking over their head. Anybody fighting you, they just stubborn and not gonna never get it and don't give a damn about learning. I'm saying I've been giving college level course information for 20 years, yo. I'm saying y'all next crop, yo, y'all can't play that. I got room. See, they should never be able to clump you into saying you said that this was black. You said that the ancient people thought they was black. No, you supposed to know that that's the creation of white people. See, I'm never you don't got that room. I got that room, yo. Sir, trust me, yo. Out of the crop I come from, yo, I ain't have nobody to say about scientific literature, but they was all dead. Right? I had to watch their videos and decipher that. But y'all next generation, Hercules, Arshay, Sabio, y'all can't do that. Y'all gotta come in knowing that the people is ready. Give it to them. Give it to them. Give it to them, bro. What you mean? You can't make a switch in your mind between 2026 and 5,000, 3,000 BCE. You didn't know it was a different social climate then. You didn't know the colonialism brought white in. You didn't know that? Nah, nigga, I've been telling them niggas that for years. So nah, bro, I'm all nah. I don't know. I think I done forgot what semantics mean. What can somebody explain to me what actually is semantics? That's not a semantics argument, is it? It can't be. Am I mixing this up?
Academic soundness is seen to be frowned upon, and I refuse to play the game. I'm not going to do the half-stepping because I simply can't. I come from an academic environment. I do not talk down to my people. For them to enter into the academic arena, they need to come up. There is never a necessity for me to talk down. I'll stick my hand up, but I'm pulling you here. I'm never acquiescing to your frame of reference. Einstein said, no problem can be solved at the same level of consciousness it was created. So therefore, I'm not engaging at the level they're at. I'm bringing them to the level at where I'm at, if we're talking a level. I'm just saying I'm disciplined. I'm going to stick to academic rigor and not work outside those parameters. I simply can't.
It's for you, SJ. I say I ain't talking.
No, y'all. I mean, y'all don't want me to be real, so I'm not say what I want to say.
No,
I'm gonna tell you this though. I'm gonna ask you a question.
No, you're on the wrong channel if you ain't saying what you want to say.
No, I'm gonna ask you a question though. No, I don't want to be disrespectful at all.
No, you need to be. Let me say, because I'm gonna be. I ain't gonna never be disrespectful. I just ain't gonna respect no stupid shit. So you could do that. I don't think that's being disrespectful. I'm saying, Shay, I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to you. When I'm talking about scientific terms, I'm not talking to them. They're not gonna be able to get on the boat. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to the 30-year-olds, the 25-year-olds, the 15-year-olds. I ain't talking to somebody my age, bro. I just want you to know my material is for you, not them, bro. You can go talk to them, not me. I'm talking to the 30-year-olds, 25-year-olds. When I met Ngozi, he was 20 years old, 21. Gullah was 22. My shit was for them. When I met Vance was 25, 27, something like that. Vance 32. Kent was 30 something. I'm talking to them. I'm never talking to niggas my age stuck in their way. Just for the record, bro. And I mean, now say the disrespectful thing you gotta say, because this type of show, I got tough skin. You gotta say it, bro.
Because if we're not contributing directly to the science, then we're being nothing but monkeys literally flipping through the loops that the scientific world wants to take you through. And that's the honesty of it. I thought I showed that in my presentation that I just did over at SANS, because like you said, you was able to say certain things as far as your opinion on the Egyptian because you were reading from a scientific work. But at one point, the racial doctrine was part of the scientific body. Yeah. So it's like us sitting here, if we not contributing, and now I say contributing, I'm not talking about getting on live talking shit. I'm talking about actually putting in groundwork, adding to the science, bro. Like brothers like Terrence Howard, is Pseudo, as some may call him. You know what I mean? Neil deGrasse Tyson, brothers who actually adding on to what's going on, not just sitting there waiting for the hunky to tell you what's up and to tell you the new term of the day. You know what I mean? So, and then he.
We was never mentioning terms.
No, hold on, wait. I know the pseudo alert came because we used the word hunky.
No, because you used the word term.
It might be time for me to go.
No, because you used the word
hunky.
Because you used the word Terrence Howard. You used the word Terrence Howard. Listen,
like I said, as pseudo as some may call him, right?
He is.
Right?
He is.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. But what he's doing
is what?
Is doing the same thing that the people who you deem to be these masters of science are doing. He's adding his opinion based on what he's drawn and based on his conclusions. Okay. Literally, that's what he's doing. So I guess because it's not the white man, because it's not something that you up into, because it's something that you accept, that he's not adding or trying to contribute to science. If you don't got no formula that you created, if you don't got no science, hold on, y'all gotta wait. If you don't have a science of your own,
this is the reason that talk is absolutely fundamental.
And this is the problem, bro. You can sit up here and tell me that my coat fake all you want. And wait. And this is the problem that got when you say things that they don't like, it's like you ain't gotta over talk. But you can tell me that my coat's some bullshit all you want, right? And you can say the coat that Ashe made was some bullshit. His coat is inferior to the coats that we get from Eddie Bauer and everybody else, man. His shit, it don't keep you warm. But it's funny to say when you don't create shit and you just a nigger and you just sit your ass back and conform to whatever the fuck the white man tell you, nigga. And that's the real talk. You niggas be too like I don't see you niggas combating. I don't see y'all combating the very sciences that y'all observe. You just sit there and motherfucking be submissive to the shit. That's what bothers me. And the only time that you want to stick your chest out is when you go on at some antiquated information. How about this updated pseudo shit that's running around?
Oh, come on, son. Let the nigga get off his chest, man. Man, you gotta let the nigga get it off his chest, bro. Hey, let him get off your chest, yo. Get him off his chest. I'm not holding back my shit when I'm talking to them young niggas. I'm saying what I'm saying. I ain't changed. He can say what he want to say. See, when you say what you want to say, we can catch the errors and what you say. That's why I like niggas to say what they want to say. That's why
no doubt about it.
I ain't mad at you. You just don't respect some of the things we say. You ain't trying to disrespect.
It's not even about not respecting what y'all are saying, bro. It's just about what we can't do is if we not adding on, if we're not adding on to the science that be.
Got you. Read the screen. Read the screen. Can you see the screen?
Proposing African Center education at STM for African American STEM learners. This is by Deanna Bailey, DF, James Holly, PhD, Robert West.
You know who Robert West is? You know who Robert West is?
No, sir.
That's me, nigga.
That's him.
You know who Deanna Bailey is? It's Dr. Deanna Bailey. Dr. James Howard. Right?
I know, yeah.
So I'm saying we really putting shit in the community for real, yo. Like, nigga, this is my side thing, right? I'm really in them communities talking to intelligent black people. I don't gotta dumb down my shit. I don't gotta do it, right? That's for you. I'm not doing it, bro. I don't have to do it. I done put enough work. I done gave enough foundation, and we good. Mm-hmm. Now, I reckon. See, I'm not mad about being on Mount Olympus. I admit I'm on Mount Olympus, and I'm saying this. I throw the keys down, though. I'm not a nigga on Mount Olympus and keep the keys. Every day I throw the keys. You can be right here with me on Mount Olympus. Look. If you don't think I don't get it, look, bro. Look, it's Mount fucking Olympus, nigga. That's where we at. But every day I'm throwing the keys. If I'm giving a conversation on separate science from religion, I'm throwing some keys. Nigga, now if you don't take the keys and spit at it, then I'm right here by myself. I have never put myself in a position where everybody listening could not be where I'm at. And it's proof. I've done debates, right? I've done all that so you could be right here with me. Ain't no fun sitting at the top, baby. I ain't gonna lie. Even when I hustled in the street, it never was fun being by. If your homies ain't with you getting money, yo, then we ain't getting money. If I ain't got you up here, Cedric up here, talking science shit, then it ain't no fun, bro. If I'm the only one with the pack, then I ain't got no pack. Everybody had a pack. Nigga, I had the pack in Baltimore. It was the bomb. Go ask about me. But all my motherfucking homies had the same pack. We all got money. So I'm never trying to be by myself isolated, because that's when you get in trouble. You start thinking you're something you're not. So within your critique, we getting some white people stuff, and that's not what's actually happening. What's happening is You realize that we just transmit science. It's not a white thing. It's a human thing. Starting off in Africa, transmitted to Asia, around the world, bro. That's what it is. I'm not doing what you think I'm doing, right? Just for the record. Now, it might be some other YouTubers who don't really got some publications. I don't like putting that out there because I don't lead with the publications. I don't lead with the college talking to the students. I can put pictures up with students that's been in my lecture. I can do it. And I met them. They was like, oh my goodness, I didn't know that. Whatever. Matter of fact, I had a great conversation with one of the young brothers yesterday on Christianity. You know what I'm saying? It was looking short. He was sharp in what he was saying, but I gave him some insight on some things. So I ain't that guy. Like I ain't that guy. I swear. Yo,
can you define Afrocentric to me? Define
I think it's definitely, I think for me, Afrocentric and Afrocentricity. So you got African-centered. John Henry Clark considers himself to be African-centered. Dr. Ben considers himself to be African-centered. Shigant Diop's, he wasn't none of that. His work, Afrocentric people used it. Afrocentricity comes from Malay Asante. He was simply trying to give a world view based off of African ideas, African philosophical viewpoints, right? And it never was supposed to be pseudo. Later on, people picked it up and just start carrying on the things they got wrong, and now they look at it as a pejorative now. So Afrocentricity was a very positive thing. Being African-centered, I always was African-centered, meaning I had a world view. The way I seen the world wasn't through colonialism. That's why I'm Black African power. See, being African-centered, I recognize that I'm in America, start a whole new culture, but my ancestors come from Africa. I never considered myself to be an Afrocentric because the people I followed, like John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, they thought the stuff, the thing itself was funny, but that's them dealing with their peers. That's Malay Ashanti and them peers. That's their little fight they had over there. So I never thought like being a Pan-African. I understand the Pan-African runs a whole scope. We have Pan-Africans in our group. Big up to Juju. All right. Big up to Chilembe. They Pan-Africans. I'm just not that. I was always RBG, Revolutionary but Gangster. I followed them. That's what I did with Stickman and them. Stickman in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? I was that. I ain't gonna tell you I was at a graduation, right? Stickman was there. His daughter was graduating from college.
Right.
So I'm saying is I was RBG. I never was I never was Afrocentric. I never was Pan-African. I've never heard me say that. I always said revolutionary.
No, there's a reason why I asked what I asked.
All right, go ahead. And what's your reason behind it?
So the reason I asked why I asked because it pertains to the conversation about black and white.
Okay.
Black science, white science, nigga science, whatever you want to call it. Why wouldn't we go on? Because I use my chat GPT, I use my perplexity, I fact check things, right? And what happens is you get your basic joint, you get your basic response. And then when you type in certain names, Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben Yochanan, they give them a specific group aside. And you know what they refer to that science is? They say things like Dr. Ben's science does not line up with mainstream academia, but he comes from a very Afrocentric idea. So it's almost that Afrocentrism. Being Afrocentric, right, is its own set of scientific classification almost like these brothers are being looked at on a lower scale than the quote unquote mainstream scholars. And when you hit the mainstream scholars, you get your Mark S. Smith, you get your it's a couple joints that you just always see. Mark S. Smith, it's a couple other ones. You get hints back to even Blumenbach sometimes. But when you look into these scholars themselves, because I've had debates where I was kind of lazy and I just used the scholars that were presented. And when I did that, I noticed I'm like, damn, I ain't getting no niggas. Like, wait, you can't tell me ain't no niggas in the field because I know niggas in the field. I know elders in the field who black. So I put it in me. Woo, woo. So tell me woo said about woo woo. And then it's like, okay, yeah, even though this is not mainstream, this is Afrocentric ideology. It's like the way that mainstream, I guess the quote unquote scientific world plays it is that these brothers in our science, Afro-centered science, is pseudo or non-credible or less than credible than the quote unquote mainstream. Why do you think that is, huh?
Well, because Dr. Ben actually wasn't in the field. He wasn't in mainstream. It's the truth. He was like me, yo. He was self-taught, yo. But he ended up teaching at major universities, though. That's a spectacular shit to me. How the nigga just ended up at City College teaching.
But Dr. Ben was a historian also.
Yeah, like he was everything that he said he was. That's what I'm saying. It's like he has the same credentials as a lot of the scholars that they're quote unquote that they're claiming are mainstream.
Not true. You know, Reggie put together his obituary. Yeah, he made that shit up. But if I'm in the 50s, I'm making shit up too, yo. I ain't hating this nigga, man. See, that's what I'm saying. Dude, make your shit up, yo.
But we getting the same thing back with Dr. John. I didn't name him exclusively. We getting the same thing with Dr. John Henry Clark, bro.
You ever read his Wikipedia page though?
Who Dr. Ben?
John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben. You gotta read their Wikipedia page.
So
hold on. You skipping Hercules. Hercules gotta go. You cannot skip. Hercules, where you at? Hercules sitting over there with the math. You over there acting like math and science. What's on your mind, Hercules? Because you was in that battle royale. I ain't had nothing for me to put your name in that.
What'd you say?
I said you was in the battle royale. That's a video I played, right? Yeah, you keep mixing up math with science too. You gotta stop there, bro.
Math is the foundation of science. What are you talking about?
What? I ain't never heard of that, yo.
You don't think you need math to do science?
I think that math is not science. It's actually proof.
It's not. I'm not saying. I'm not saying
science. It's not
I'm
science.
not saying it's science. I'm saying it's like it's the foundation to
I don't know
do
about that. It's the tool of science.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Two separate things that work well together. But anyway, go ahead, because you got the Egyptians making gas. These motherfuckers making aircraft gas.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I think.
Hell yeah, nigga, go ahead.
I think, but you understand that? I didn't say that.
What you say?
But what I was saying is that the same thing. I mean, I agree with what Asar said. We got to stop accepting everything.
What? Yeah. Why do y'all say that though?
Why
do y'all keep saying that?
Because
it's crazy, yo.
Why is that crazy?
Can I say something then? Because you asked the question. All right.
No. Can I finish? Let me finish.
Go ahead. Do your thing. Go ahead. Do your thing then.
Let me finish. So my thing with my whole thing is what I've been trying to say is that mathematics, the advances in mathematics didn't just come along when Westerners started to do it. The ancestors, they knew advanced math as well. And we could see it in the structures that they left. And it's not something, and the funny thing is that this is not something that I did myself. It's papers written on this. They've been writing papers on this for years. So they've been doing advanced mathematics and science from their point of view, which is different than a Western point of view. In Western culture, you're looking to change and you're always looking to try to be progressive. You know, this illusion of progress. In ancient Kemet culture, that was not their goal. Remember, their whole goal was to maintain Mayat. That was the whole goal. So that's something I was trying to point out, is that the advanced science, they reached a level of advanced mathematics and science different than how the Europeans reached it, but it was at the same level. So that's all I was trying to say, and that's all I've been trying to point out, is that there is a way of doing science without, because right now Western science is unsustainable. The approach that we go into, the things you can look at what's going on in the world, whether it's food and agriculture or whether it's computer science, is not sustainable. They try to figure out a way to sustain it. Whereas our ancestors, they had a sustainable society, and they reached a sustainable point where everything was at a state of sustainability. But
you tripping? That's incoherent as hell, yo.
That's just a simple Google. That's a simple Google search.
Yo, did you just say that European science is unsustainable? What the hell? What? Come on, yo.
Google search. That's a simple Google search. Is today's
what is
science sustainable? All you gotta do is type that in. It's unsustainable.
Well, I don't get what you're saying.
I don't get it
because,
either.
All right, here's an example. It takes for you to for one facility of for AI to manage AI, they need a million gallons. They need 1 million gallons of water every day.
A method and a philosophical way of approaching life is unsustainable.
Let me say this. They need 1 million gallons of water every day, fresh water every day for one. That's just one.
Yeah, that's not.
And imagine they got 200 of them.
No, that's AI. So you should say that AI technology is unsustainable.
That's
you
one.
Get that? No, you got to say that AI technology that was created is unsustainable. That's how you say that. You don't say
agriculture.
Okay, right. I know, but that's not. No, that's a product of science. That's a product of science, yo. So there's things we have created that may not be unsustainable, but you would use science to make a correction on that, yo. And then why did you say European science? It's no such thing as European science.
Again, that's a simple Google search. Ask AI. There's a difference. There's a complete difference.
How?
Wait, hold up. There's a complete difference between Western science and African science.
It is.
AI would tell you yes. All you got.
No. Stop. I'm not doing it. I cannot sit up here and listen to misinformation. I can't do it. Shay is claiming that he can sit in his living room, not go through the academic rigors, and add information to the body of science from his living room.
That ain't what I said, man.
He did say that.
That's what you said.
That ain't what I was saying, bro. I was just saying if you ain't putting in no work, don't speak on it. That's all I was saying.
Oh, goddamn. Can I just be a science advocate, y'all? I'm a science advocate. Y'all gotta be a scientist to be a science advocate. Why white people get a chance to be
to be as deep of a critic as you are, your ass better be putting in some work.
Oh, well, you see my work. I
see your work. I see your work. That's why I backed up off.
And that has nothing. Well, let me stop. Stop. My turn.
Let's
correct the misinformation in real time. First of all, to contribute to the body of knowledge that we have collectively, you would need to be a scientist. And not even a PhD is a scientist. Scientists are actually conducting the experiments, doing the work, writing these papers, putting out years and years of research. Sometimes one research paper takes 15 years to write. These people don't have the time to do what we do. I'm in applied sciences. So the science, the body of knowledge that is developed, I apply it technologically in laboratories, etc. Right? And in these arenas, I am a science communicator, and I see the necessity for what I do to correct a lot of the misinformation regarding science. So you need to be part of the academic process. No one here without the relevant qualifications can assume to be adding to the body of knowledge. Why? Because of the rigor it takes, the discipline it takes, the correct terminologies, the constraints that are on it. You are not allowed to use your imagination a la Terrence Howard. He is not contributing anything to the body of knowledge. He is a clown and a buffoon and making black people look stupid. That's what he is. So again, we are science communicators, and to do the job accurately, to prepare our students to get in a position that they can actually contribute to the body of knowledge, they first need to forget stupid nonsense like race. They need to forget stupid things like white and black science. They need to engage with the academic discourse within the discipline that is required. And if that is emotional disturbing to people because I don't give a about black and white, so be it. There is no African versus European science. Gravity is what it is. The body of knowledge that we have is universal. I can go to China and get a blood transfusion because the test that they will run to determine my blood type is universal. So y'all need to cut it out. Get the emotions out of science, or go on the corner and do the
Hey, Cedric, they may be saying there's a cultural way, so cultures can apply things differently. Is that what y'all saying? Maybe that's the better way.
I mean, absolutely, but we shouldn't even have to. If we all adepts like niggas is claiming to be, niggas shouldn't have to say that, bro.
I know.
You can't say adept. If you say adept, that's a pseudo alert.
Adept, man, I can like to play with you, man.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You can't say adept. That's a red flag. You hit him at You say something else. You hit him with hold on, yo. You say what's the other word you say? Shay, you say it's damn. We should say when I was around them damn UIs, we used to say is what's the word I'm trying to say, yo? When you said our story, no, you say something else, yo. Damn.
Understand?
Yeah, oh man, hold on, man. If you out there listening and say, you know what, I understand, man, goddamn.
All right, hey, 30. Let me get 30 seconds, real quick.
Shit. Go ahead, man.
30 seconds.
I say I come from that mob, yo. I'm telling you, bro.
No, ain't no doubt.
Yeah, go ahead.
All you got, I typed it in. Is there a difference between Western science and African science? Yep. It said yes. There's a distinct difference between Western and African science, primarily in their worldviews, methodologies, and knowledge transmission. While Western science emphasizes objective, quantitative, and universal principles that often isolates variables, African science typically holistic, rational, and deeply embedded in culture, religion, and the environment. So to say that there is no difference, there's no difference, you're the one who's in denial that there's a difference.
I don't like the fact that you stop reading and keep reading. I know it comes.
It breaks it down.
No, nigga. Read the conclusion.
What's the source of that?
Read the conclusion.
The conclusion says, despite these differences, both systems are considered valid forms of describing and explaining the world. Increasingly, efforts are being made to integrate these approaches rather than viewing them as opposites. And that's what I've been saying. We have to take.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I trust you.
I need to see that source. I need to see that source.
I just put it in Google. I just did a Google AI. It's an AI search. That's all.
So you asked the question. You asked the question about why we shouldn't take everything that the science world says as face value. So when I was young, no doubt, I'm still into it. Like you could tell by the conversation that we have. I was heavily into the animal science and even wanted to be a zoologist. Zoology is a field of science. And for a long time, up until I believe about 2008, before 2012 for sure, there was a scientific consensus that hyenas were hermaphrodite. And you know, me, a young dude, I'm like, man, hermaphrodite, hell no, that don't make no sense, man. That makes no sense. So it took all the way up until, of course, since the discovery of hyenas and the way that they mate and things of that nature, up until I believe like before around 2010, a little bit before 2012 for sure, that they came to a new general consensus, a brand new general consensus that they did a deeper study and they found out that the female hyena has a pseudo-phallus. So that there's not just one sex, that there is a pseudo-phallus within the hyena. It was an old thought that they were all hermaphroditic. So this lets us know that the science that we're dealing with, even on a day-to-day basis, even the one way that we identify animals and things of that nature, is most likely flawed in one or two ways, maybe even three, and is going to be subject to update and change. So we can't speak in these such absolutes, like this is the end all be all. That's what we can't do.
No one speaks in science in absolutes, but those who think science is absolute. Everybody on this panel recognizes that science is always subject to change. That is the study of the natural world. And I just want to read something because I don't think the last brother did us a service. I just AI overview is African and Western science the same. And this is what I got. African and Western science are not identical in approach, philosophy, or methodology, although both aim to understand the natural world. Western science is generally characterized as objective, quantitative, and reductionist, while African science, often termed indigenous knowledge, is frequently holistic, relational, and embedded in cultural or spiritual context. So when you said they are the same, bro, you just lied. And I just AI overviewed the same shit.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that was the same.
Oh, so you said they are not identical?
It said, my question was, is there a difference between Western science and African science? And it said,
so
yes.
they're clearly different, because I just read that they are not.
It's the same thing you just said. It's the same thing.
No, it does. It just clearly punched you in the forehead. You need to listen. African and Western science are not identical. Are not. N-O-T. In approach, philosophy, or methodology.
I agree.
No. Huh?
I agree with that.
You just know you don't.
Nah, you messed that up, yo.
I don't think you heard me. I said I agree with that.
So let me do a shameless plug for SED Talks again. Tonight's episode is so crucial. A lot of what you're hearing here right now is going to be addressed. My brother Ashe made one of the classical pseudoscientific claims, right? It changed. Now, first of all, when were these claims made? These claims were made back in the medieval time, all right? Pliny the First, all right, and Aristotle mentioned hyenas and were hermaphrodite, and Aristotle rejected it. Modern biology corrected the misinformation that was pre-scientific claim. Modern biology corrected a claim that was made without having a scientific foundation in it. Modern biology, right? But
I said that. But why you just pull a SaNeter move and just repeated what I just said already? That was stupid. And I'm not saying SaNeter does this. This is happening over there all the time. Like, bro, hold on, wait. Say it, because I literally said.
Okay, let me correct it clearly. Your claim is not correct. Why? It was never science that determined that hyenas were hermaphrodite. That claim was an ancient claim that modern science corrected.
First of all, Aristotle and them are ancient. Stop doing that. You flim-flamming. That's crazy as hell. And then you acting like science has a council.
Plenty.
Aristotle's work was considered science. You need to stop with the flim-flam.
So
that's crazy as hell.
Tonight, TED Talks is very important. Chronology. There's a lot of flaws.
Aristotle's work contributed to the scientific world. You can't deny that.
My brother. Tune in tonight at 9:30.
Philosophy goes into the scientific world. Y'all gotta stop it, bro.
No. Yeah, out of philosophy comes science. Then if they had science, then why would there have been a need for philosophy? Think about it. If Aristotle was practicing science, right, why do they call them the Greek philosophers and not the science?
So we finna deny that Aristotle's work was seen as scientific body.
No, I'm not moving the goalpost.
I'm not. No, you move the goalpost with this crazy ass claim.
What's it called, y'all? Y'all know what they call it? Come on, y'all. Not metal urge. What's it called, y'all?
What?
Metal urge. Okay, so I'm not alchemy. So I'm not gonna sit up here in this panel and deny alchemy. Alchemy predates what? It predates chemistry, right?
Chemistry.
So out of alchemy, you get to the point where you can practice chemistry. We don't got to deny philosophy or alchemy. We just got to put it in its right place. People practicing alchemy was not practicing chemistry. We don't got to make it up. The Greek philosophers is the ones that got murdered for bringing ideas that was against the state-sponsored religion. Right? They was asking questions. They was about the natural world. But that's a progression towards science. It's not science. The naturalist. Charles Darwin was a naturalist.
He said the philosophy influenced Western science.
And it's paving the way, and it's paving the way for the Western science.
It's paving African philosophy is paving the way for science. Like y'all, so y'all don't got, I know what it is. Y'all don't got you don't got Phil Banger's book. He's actually talking about
Western philosophy. He said Western philosophy, Aristotle and them influence.
Yeah, but you
Western philosophy is the foundation of Western science today.
So to go back to my original statement, I said probably since the
y'all playing, yo. Y'all gotta read the article, the Wikipedia, the whole. Hold on, y'all. Read the whole Wikipedia article about it. It happens on different continents, yo. India, Africa, right? They're all coming to the same conclusions, yo. You got to get to the level of philosophy. You get the stages. I
disagree with that.
Oh, that's crazy. So the Egyptians didn't have a philosophy, Hercules?
Yeah, they had a philosophy.
And so wait, did the Greeks? Did the Egyptians need the Greeks?
That's not what he said.
No,
that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying.
The Egyptians taught the Greeks, but the Greeks went off.
I'm not saying no. The Egyptians didn't teach the damn Greeks everything. That's crazy. Don't no human need you to teach me everything. I just need to have. I need to have some foundational shit that I take from them.
Okay. Yeah, they learn.
Yeah, they learn. I mean, it's called when you deal with the pyramids, you're dealing with geometry.
It's called cultural transmission.
This is what I'm saying.
The word you're looking for, Hercules, it's called
cultural transmission. I think you said it, Shay, about there's different ways to transmit ideas. Yo, that's not the point. That's not. Right. I got something that can really kind of help that.
But I did want to address what the brother Cedric was saying about the point that I brought. Because with the original statement that I made, bro, was that probably since the study of hyenas, and if that's dealing with Aristotle, I didn't know who started the study of the hyenas. Thanks for the name, thanks for the source. I said it's right, since the study of hyenas and the way that they mate.
He gave you a time period though.
Yeah, and that's cool, no doubt about it. But you can't then tell me I'm incorrect. All you did was just you added on, and that's cool. But don't tell me that I'm
wrong. Though. But you went back to foot science. You went back to Aristotle.
No,
they wasn't even natural.
But hold on, boy. Wait. But that was the accepted consensus
and
up until up until nigga. That shit continued after Greece. That was the accepted month. They kept that shit going up until modern science. That was my whole point. That they just updated that shit up in the 20th century.
Oh, I don't know about that part. Cedric,
that's my whole point.
Okay, you saying they kept the wrong shit going?
Yeah, that's my point. That's why I asked him what year was it. He wouldn't give me a year that they found it out that the female at the pseudo penis. He just kept saying modern science, because I already said that shit.
I don't know nothing about hyenas.
One thing,
I'm not getting into this.
I love the animal world, and he is correct on that. And that is because they hadn't studied hyena culture and hyena populations like that to understand what that actually was. So I do remember them talking about that pseudo-phallus, or what they thought was a pseudo-phallus, which was supposed to be attached to female hyenas.
Yeah, but
they thought it was a hermaphroditic species with the ability to change motherfucking sex like snails.
But they realized that they were
wrong. Would have then opened the door for parthenogenesis in mammals. It's layers to this shit.
And that's what science does. Science updates itself. It corrects mistakes. So what's the problem?
No. There is no problem. There's no problem at all. All I'm saying is
had to get a better. So let's go to the John Henry Clark real quick.
Let's get into it.
So John Henry Clark, and then I'm gonna get back to the mischaracterization of African science. So John Henry Clark, okay, they say born July 1915. All right, January 1st, 1915. Died 1998. All right, they say he was an African American historian, professor, prominent Afrocentrist. They say, and pioneer of Pan-African and Africana studies and professional institutions in academia started in the late 1960s. This is a serious dude, right? His early education, his position in academics from 1969 to 1986. Clark was a professor of Black and Puerto Rican Studies at Hunter College. It's of the City University of New York, City College. It's where he served as the founding chairman of the department. He was also Carter G. Woodson, a distinguished visiting professor of African history at Cornell University's Africana Studies and Research. So let me click this on. I think this is eye-opening right here. This is for all the people that talk shit about John Henry Clark and Dr. Bennett. And I'm with you with this, Ashe. And there was a podcast that was on. They was talking about they was athletes. I'm trying to think of his daggone name. They was going back and forth on whether he should criticize people all the time. And they were saying you shouldn't just criticize a person if you ain't at least as nice as they was in the thing, right? Jeff T. All right, he was criticizing the linebacker, and the linebacker had actually reached the point of all pro. And they were saying, when you talking shit about him or talking shit, you should at least be on their level because it's just respectful. Okay, so I agree with you. And so if we right here, we at Cornell's, this is Cornell, Ivy League type shit. This is Ivy League shit. Cornell Africana Studies and Research Center, right? Okay. Right. And at University is an academic unit devoted to the study of the global migration and reconstruction of African people, as well as patterns, lineages to African continent and amongst the peoples of the African diaspora. Okay. African Studies program offers, 23 graduate and undergraduate courses each semester, right? So that's deep. Come on, man. Why are you jumping in? So let's come to notable. Look at this. Notable past and present faculty. Boom. Who fucking name is that? Who's that?
That's Dr. Ben.
From 1983 to 1997, at a certain point, you got to put some respect on his name. So any half-baked nuts talking crazy about this man, about what he got wrong, whatever he got wrong, we never pushed the shit he got wrong. That's how science and academic work. You don't push the shit that Charles Darwin got wrong, like parthenogenesis. You don't push that. You push his scientific theory. You don't push the shit that they got wrong. That's the problem with the conscious community. They push all the wrong shit. And then some nutheads who ain't read the material think that makes some sense. It don't make no sense. I'm saying this man is an abject professor. From how many y'all niggas taught at Cornell University from 1983 to 1997? This is after he got fired at another college. What are we talking about here? It's called niggas be disrespecting. That's my gripe with the conscious community. I don't expect us to continue to promote the things that they got wrong. She can't be diops. They disrespect the man because some smart people that think they pseudo killing is killing themselves. You don't listen to people who promote the things that Shikanti Diop's got wrong. That is actually disrespectful to Shikanti Diop. He's a physicist. He's part of UNESCO's scientific community. The scientific community don't promote the shit he got wrong. So why are we doing it? Why is websites dedicated to the Cairo Symposium and the conscious community get the shit wrong? Why do they do this? And then when I say something about it, I'm hating on Clark, I'm hating on, but get the hell out of it. I be wanting to slap the hell out of people. But I know that's out of order. I'm doing like their colleagues do. This is what he got wrong. This is what he got right. We're going to move the shit he got right forward. So you can't promote the shit that he got wrong, then call him a pseudo. You the pseudo. If you pseudo killing and promoting shit and talking about the shit that Dr. Ben and all them got wrong, you're a pseudo. Because you're supposed to have the word for all to know that. No, they got that wrong.
Right. Hell yeah.
So that's one, man. The whole conversation. I was trying to say my thing. So I think an important part is this right here. The conversation is hinging on African science. It goes as such. It says science as a method is universal, man. That's what we're trying to say. So, Hercules, if by science you mean a disciplined way of producing reliable knowledge about the natural world, systematic observations, measurements, testable explanations, okay, reducibility, and critical peer scrutiny, then science is science, bro. If that's what you're saying, but I know you ain't saying it. Those norms aren't owed by any continent, whether it be Australia, Africa, Europe, or Debunking some damn where, or on Mount Olympus. Gravity, genetics, germ theory don't become different because a lab in Nairobi versus Berlin. That's what we're saying. Now, African science can be a valued phrase in at least two academic senses. Science done in Africa. I've been trying to tell Negro Pins for 15 years, 20 years that Africans do science in Africa. She came to the office and say, physicist. So, African science can be a valid phrase in at least two academic senses. Science done in Africa by Africans. I agree to that. In the history and sociology of science and science policy, African science often means research institutions and laboratories located in African countries. Is that what the hell you're saying? You need to explain it. Scientific communities and training systems on the continent. Is that what you're saying? And work led by African scientists. Is that what you're saying? I did a whole show showing you that those Africans are responsible for those hominid finds in Ethiopia, Uganda, and Nairobi. Whether based in Africa or the diaspora, often orientated towards African priorities, infectious disease, agriculture, climate, adaptation, water systems, biodiversity, okay. Right. So they practicing it based off of their environment. They have to do it based off their environment. So watch this. In this sense, African science is a geographic and institutional category, not a different rule book for evidence. See, that's what the hell you trying to say. Indigenous knowledge systems that overlap scientific inquiry, anthropology, and history of knowledge sometimes discuss African science to describe long-standing African technical and empirical traditions. We say this all the time. For example, medicine, metallurgy, irrigation, animal husbandry, navigation, ecological knowledge, where people develop reliable practices through repeated observations and refinement across generations. I said they was doing it in the Stone Age. Some of this knowledge is directly compatible with modern science. I say it all the time, man. Validating these types of techniques. They say some of it contains non-testable metaphysical elements, religious or spiritual explanations. Academically, a common approach is treat the empirical claims as hypotheses that can be tested and treat the metaphysical framing as cultural meaning rather than scientific evidence. Now separate that shit. That's what I'm saying. So African science, where here is often shorthand for African empirical technical traditions, some of which can be translated and transformed in scientific research programs, where the frame becomes misleading. It gets confusing when African science is used to imply what? This what everybody using around here. Different standards of evidence. Or that sometimes in scientific becomes in its African ancestral and cultural value. That's not how science works. Science can study any claim from any culture, but the claim becomes scientific only when it's formulated and evaluated in testable methods and transparent reasoning. At the end of the day, look, yo, for everybody listening to College Truth, this is the clear way to say it. Use science for the universal methods. Use African contributions to science for historical and contemporary achievements. Use science in Africa for institutions, funding, and policy. Use indigenous knowledge systems when discussing traditional practices. Then separate what's empirical, testable from the symbolic and metaphysical. That's a masterclass right there for y'all listening today. That's where we at. That's what I'm at. Now, I hope we all learned something today. Shay, Hercules, do you get it now? Knock it the fuck off.
No.
See what I'm saying? I say, see, he too old. He my damn age. See, I say, see, you can receive that. See, he can't. We can keep boxing him up.
I'm gonna keep pushing back against Eurocentrism, man.
Did you hear? That's different, yo.
No, it's not.
No, science ain't. First of all, science
You
does
just defined it. We just defined what's the difference between the sciences, and then you want to say that there is no difference.
Hey, Hercules, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
The people in Africa right now today listening to this show, are they using Eurocentric science?
Yeah, because
you want
me to answer the question, or you got another question?
Are you using Eurocentric science also?
We all did. If we got your degree from a college, you using a European perspective on science, a Western perspective.
Now, did you hear what I just read, yo? You couldn't understand what I just read.
Did you not hear what I read?
No, you read.
Can I ask one question?
The difference.
Can I ask you one question, Mansa? Mansa, I have a direct question for you. Mansa, I have a direct question. Listen, Mansa, we heard you. Mansa.
In African science, it broke it down, the differences.
Oh my God.
Okay.
He loves to hear himself talk. Mansa, I have a simple question.
Hold up.
I'm not interested in nothing you're saying. You're repeating yourself. I have a simple question. Science produces a byproduct, right? You talk about the unsustainability of agriculture. You talked about the unsustainability of AI technology. Science has byproducts, right? You're claiming African science to be its exclusive thing. What are the byproducts of African science? You have the floor.
You sure? Because you sure you don't want to say something else?
No, go ahead, man. You ain't understood what I said. Then you got a cheap ChatGPT too.
No. I
understood
what you said. You said African science is good when it's done by Africans on the continent. And that's not what I was saying it was.
I know, nigga, you went pseudo on us around here. I'm trying to clear it up for the audience that Africans do practice. Like she gave the got his shit in Africa, yo.
Hold up.
All the finds we have about the hominids, the understanding of it, come out of Africans doing that. And you got white people going there trying to say that's something to talk about. Why did they take the goddamn credit? That's something to talk about. Why they do that, yo? Why they go over there and put their name on the paper? That's the shit y'all should be talking about, yo. That's a conversation, bro.
And also the conversation.
So you're not gonna answer the question? You're not gonna answer the question?
Y'all got two questions going on.
Science,
I don't got a question.
Take my question. Byproducts, technology. What is the byproduct of your African so-called science? What are the byproducts? Tell me the products that are solely exclusive to this idea of African science, because science produces byproducts. Please tell us what these byproducts are.
All right. So first of all, I'm gonna finish up with Ankh, and then I'm gonna answer your question. And it's not long. So I put it into AI, and I said, "Is there a difference?"
You got to cheat AI. You got the free version.
Is there a difference between Western science and African science? The answer is yes. There's a difference.
You got a wild champion, yo. You got a corny free.
You do it. You do it.
I did, nigga. I just read it to you.
So what
I gave you and sources. I gave everything.
No. Did you put that question in AI?
So please, can you answer my question?
Did you put that question in AI?
Can you answer my question?
Hold on. When you say African science, you mean they come up with different results because they African people in a different worldview. That so they come up with different results. So you saying 10 centimeters is different because they got a different worldview? Is that what you're saying?
That's what it said.
No, I'm asking you.
No, that's not what
it's 10 inches, 10 inches, yo.
Yeah.
In Africa, in Australia, in Europe.
Math is going to be the same no matter where it's at, man.
No, how about evolution? Is evolution different in Africa than anywhere else? Does the theory change?
We didn't say anything about evolution.
But nigga,
Now you want me to answer the question?
Biology, agriculture, Any of the sciences.
No, you're saying you trying to say that they may have developed different, better techniques, like for agriculture, right?
That's different.
I know, but that's no, nigga. That's just a better way of doing agriculture. It's still science. Agriculture is a science. You get it? You don't get that? So you trying to say I know Africans had, they had a way in West Africa to fight against pathogens, they infected the person with it, That's in Africa, That's serious. That's the foundation of vaccines, inoculation, In America, I'm gonna say in America, they did it in other places, but directly from West Africa, that was transmitted. You talking about data from fucking indigenous people, Remember I read that part, right? So then you would have to take, because the West Africans, they had a smallpox guard. So what we would do is we would take away the smallpox guard, remove that, and just deal with the part that we can empirically evaluate. And inoculation actually worked, because the white boys say, oh shit, they did the studies on, they started doing it to themselves. Boylston, right? He's the Harvard professor, Dr. Boylston, right? He did his family, and they start getting data on it. So they ain't talk about the smallpox guard in the West Africa. They only talk about the thing that they was doing. So that came from Africa, on the continent of Africa, Indigenous style. I explained all that. I know it's complicated, but I think you can get it.
Not complicated.
I know Ashe can get it.
Two different
you
things.
As old as me, you might be too late for you, Go do your kung fu. You good at that. You good at beating people up. Yeah, you could have beaten people up, but that's the point.
I mean, but we got to be all the way honest, though. Even today, though, I don't know if y'all hip. That's what I was just looking into. African, when you go to Africa, they use different measurements than us in the U.S. You know that, right?
No, I didn't educate us. That's
a little bit.
They use the SE standards. They use the SE standards. Those are the international standards. Only in America do you have a different metric system. Like when my brother said, we all understand what black is, and then refer to the American census. I don't live in America. Am I to assume that we have the same definition of black? You see how you make those mistakes? So now internationally, there's SI standards that are internationally used, meters, kilometers.
Absolutely.
Versus
but that's not what he's referring to on the antiquity level.
That's not African science. That is universal, global.
Yeah, I agree.
And Hercules, how old are you, Hercules?
47. About to be 50 in a couple of years, Let me answer Cedric.
You gotta stop that shit, Knock it off. At 48, knock it off,
Stop defending these white motherfuckers, man. So Cedric said, what's the byproduct? Again, we looking at, you can't look at it from a Eurocentric point of view.
So you don't have byproducts. The answer is no. Don't give me no long conversation. I just asked a simple question. I do not need your pseudo explanation. So the fact that you do not have byproducts exclusive to your so-called African science means it's not a science. Thank you very much.
No. I want y'all to know that I understand that continental Africans, continental Australians, they do have a worldview. I'm not sitting up here acting like they do. That's crazy. It's crazy. I do understand that, right? We have a worldview, and I've been fighting for us to have a worldview that's what word I want to say that is harmonious with being successful. You have to So everything coming from white people ain't right. That's what y'all basically saying. But that's why we ain't trusting white people. We trust in science, right? And that's why the Nation of Islam take advantage of y'all niggas. You know why they take advantage of y'all?
But it's not white people,
No, let me say it.
Go ahead.
The reason Nation of Islam take advantage of y'all, because they done had enough money from us to send some kids to school to become immunologists and virologists. They got enough money to have a little 2-room lab that could test what they wanted to test, but they play games. See? They play games with y'all. So anything that you think is wrong by white people, follow the white people. You know what the white people do? They have independent scientists that's not connected to the government. How about some independent African American scientists? And how about y'all put money on independent things? See, that's what we're working on. We're working on having independent things. independently, we educate the youth, right, on STEM. We're not waiting on anybody other than ourselves to do that. See the difference? So, Shay, you said not white people, and then Kaya, I want you to jump in too.
No, because the statement shouldn't be everything that white people put out we can't trust. Everything that science put out we can't trust. That's the statement.
No,
because of course, in 2026, it's not just white people in the field of science, man.
Thank you. Tell her,
it's Indian people, it's Hispanic people, it's all kind of people in science, man. So
I know that. That's not what I'm saying. I said we have you taking on their perspective, their worldview. That's what I'm saying.
That's the thing, though. Science doesn't have a worldview. That's why it's so beneficial to use.
It's not. I gotta go home. Y'all still on by the time I get home.
All right, go home, man. Get home. Go ahead, Kyle. Go home, man.
I wanted to talk to her.
Appreciate you, Hercules. Don't worry about Hercules. Talk shit about him now. He's gone. Get him.
But so the difference is, like, truth doesn't care who's listening to it or who's observing it. And so, like, when you're dealing with like African or Asian or all these different scientists, these are subjective to the people that participate in that cultural understanding of something spiritual. And what all these different people have found out in the history of the world is that none of this shit helps me in the real life. And so you can see the progression. You can see how, like, in ancient Egypt, they used to have certain processes and scientific methods they would do, but they would attach their God to it at the end. But they realize that, hey, you know what? This is a middleman that doesn't need to be in this equation, because now I can't even have a conversation with a neighboring tribe that doesn't believe in this. And so, like, let's remove the thing that makes it so that we have separation out of the conversation, which is something that nobody can prove. And let's talk about what we can all prove, and we can dialogue, and my ideas can converge with Say's ideas, and Say's ideas can converge with Say's ideas, because we have a language that doesn't care how you feel about it. It's a language that's gonna be there. Like you were talking about the bucket earlier, talking about measurements. A bucket of water is gonna be that same bucket of water no matter what indigenous method of measurement you want to use, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still that same amount. It's going to be that gallon, that cubic foot, that cubic liter. It's still going to be that, and it's going to be that same amount of water that has a equation or equal in that other measurement system. And we got to be able to learn how to converge these things together. But when you dive down that path of us having to do African scientific practices, and they was practicing something that's esoteric or metaphysical, none of that stuff we can test in the real world. You know what I'm saying? None of that stuff could be applicable to your actual life, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't take nothing from ancient Kemet, nothing from Yoruba, nothing from Esau, nothing from Christianity, and apply that to your real life to make you better. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to find some science in those things to you got to find the science outside of those things to manifest your reality, because we live in reality.
Yeah, I thought we did, man. I know we running out of time, man.
And when anybody say science,
I can't believe he just said that you can't get nothing from the Kemetic philosophy to better your life. God damn, bro. Shit.
Unfortunately, you can't talk to a mummy. You can't.
No, you can't talk to a mummy. Mummy is not even a Kemetic name. So y'all gotta stop it, bro. If you don't like ancient Egypt, just say that shit. But you ain't gotta sit up there and act like it ain't no. Hold on, wait. But you ain't gotta sit up there and act like it ain't no value in the morals of the Maximus Ptahhotep. You ain't gotta sit there and act like it ain't no value in the 12 steps of Haru. You ain't gotta sit there and act like it ain't no value in those things, bro. Just because you don't like that shit, it's cool if you don't like that shit. I ain't trying to make you like that shit.
When you're dying,
listen what I'm saying, bro.
value in the 12 steps of Haru.
What I'm actually saying, remember, if you go back in the conversation, I was talking about subjective stuff, right? Like, that value is subjective to only I say. You know what I'm saying? Or that value is only beneficial to Kyle or Up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't share that value with anybody else unless you get them to also agree to that premise. And what I'm saying is, we are trying to help y'all, or just even discuss, not even help y'all. That's not even the right position to be in. But we're trying to simply discuss the options to make you a more valuable individual in the society. So now you can be productive and you can deal with the reality that you're surrounding yourself with. Because now you're not talking about the Orishas and goddess and demons in an intellectual conversation. You're talking about how to quantify actual numbers. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about actual things that a person from China or a person from India can sit down with you and understand exactly how you're trying to express.
Stop right there, Kyle. That's a great point. And I think that's an excellent response to what Shay said. I like it what Shay said about its value to it. You can't say it. The Book of Batar, I read it, excellent. And then Kyle comes with the excellent. It's just subjective. It's how you feel. You can't tell them, just like the Bible is subjective. Easy Band, get this closing statement. And since you got beat up the other day. Now you hear now. No, you do. Hey, look, Easy Band. All jokes aside. No, you do a great job. Hold on. You do a great job. No, you do a great job. You do a great job. I like the way you read the ChatGPT and it helps change. I like
Stop with the narratives. Stop with the narratives and try to portray me.
All right, go ahead, Easy Band.
Slander me and stuff, man.
Hold on, wait. Oh, I don't want to slander you.
If anything, I beat up everybody on the panel. Everybody.
That's slander. That's got to be slander.
You too, bro. So why don't you put that out there, man?
All right, you got to put it out
there. The man that believes in talking snakes, how you gonna beat it?
No, you got Easy Band. You got to put. I don't think that's slander. I think that's subjective.
No, because you know why I'm saying that is because like you keep on putting this narrative out there as if like I got beat up or whatever I'm saying doesn't make sense. It does, bro. And you guys know you got beat up, man. You feel me?
Yo, you was agreeing with us at the end of the conversation. I agree with you.
You were agreeing with me.
I wasn't agreeing. No, we teach that over here, yo.
Crazy, bro.
No, we teach that the Christians find that science. What are you talking about? We teach that over here, bro.
I basically came up with the idea when I was having a discussion with Sekou, right? I basically said that scientific thought, even the endeavor for science, right, comes out of one having spiritual beliefs. That's what I said. And then on top of that,
that's the whole human population.
Yeah, and then on top
of that,
you
was wrong, but you was wrong though.
No, I wasn't wrong. That was correct.
Man, people get fine water before they start having spiritual systems.
Correct. Nope, Cap. You didn't prove that.
You what you made it, nigga? I showed you.
With what?
Yo, human beings. There is no archaeological evidence before writing that people even had an organized spiritual system at all. You just made that up.
So you're just talking. So that's you making an argument out of silence, from silence.
No, I'm not. I'm saying there is no evidence that niggas had an organized religion. Well, listen. First of all, you didn't beat nobody up. I went through the whole evolution religion. Nah, man, you speculating. That's speculative.
Let me tell you why.
That's speculative. That wasn't even the point of contention, though. No, it wasn't. But the point of contention was you didn't recognize that you got to separate your science from your damn religion. Nope. That was the point of contention.
Nope.
You did. You start off with that.
How when the point that I made is that Christians actually separated the science from religion.
Nigga, that was after you got beat up. And ChatGPT did.
How did I get beat up?
Come on, bro. You started off with. Hold on, bro. Don't make me play the video.
That's that cap.
You know what? I ain't got time. I ain't got time right now. All right, don't make me go back to the video.
Talk. You ain't even let me talk, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, talk. You capping now, because we teach that over here, bro.
But listen, nope.
We teach that over here, Easy Band. Easy Band, you never taught nobody that. Don't sound like Chief X now.
What church was David Hume from?
This is what happens every time you guys are getting cut.
Bro, we talk about Galileo and Copernicus and then what are you talking about?
Bro, but you
didn't
talk
about how the Christians
frame it the way I framed it. You didn't frame it the way I framed it.
You used to be taught it. You tried to read something saying that they didn't separate. You lied. You said they didn't separate their science. Make that up.
So Easy Band. David Hume.
David Hume. No, let Easy Band go, yo.
Let me ask Easy Band a question.
Look, this is how we came.
What church did David Hume come from? What was the church that David Hume come from?
Basically,
Easy Band. I'm asking you a question.
No, man, let this man talk, man. Just let him go. Let him go.
So I said that the endeavor for the practice of science came out of basically people asking, who are we? Where do we come from? These intrinsic questions that lead to spirituality. So from spiritual thought basically came out the endeavor for science. And So I built
out of
up,
philosophy. Science come out of philosophy, not out of religion.
Hold on. Then I built
Easy
up. Right?
band. Easy
so look,
band. Science
I'm just
does
giving.
not
I'm
come
giving
out of religion.
Yo, bro,
Science does not come out of religion.
Why
Science does not, because science does not come out of religion.
Did I say, what did I say? I said from the intrinsic questions that people are asking about spirituality, right?
No, they're not asking about spirituality. They asking about the world they in.
Look, you're basically speculating.
I'm not speculating.
Yes, you are. Because you don't have any proof that science didn't come from.
We have David Hume. We have David Hume. That's what I'm asking you. Which church does David Hume come from? The foundation of science comes out of David Hume.
Right?
Hold on, Cedric. This we got to do. Go ahead, let the man talk. No, Easy Band. Easy Band. You're right. We're terrified. Go ahead, Easy Band. You're right. Let me put you on the screen. So go ahead, bro.
So basically,
make a whole video off of this. Go. Need the content.
Make a whole video, shoot it, record it, write it down, whatever, man. You still getting beat up all day. So take this in, man. So out of people having intrinsic questions and wondering who are we, where do we come from, etc., that allowed people and allowed for a fertile ground for the scientific endeavor, because people started looking and seeing, okay, there's creation here. It must be intelligible. I must have intelligence or IQ enough for me to comprehend what is going on around me. Therefore, I can try to decipher what's going on. And that's where the scientific endeavor comes from. Now, we moved on from that point, right? We moved on from that point because in the community, you always hear about people talking about, you guys follow the white man's religion, right? So my point was to hold a mirror up to the same community of people who stand on science, right? To show them that the actual scientific method that you guys use today and stand on actually was pioneered by Europeans, actually European Christians, white men, you feel me? They pioneered the scientific method that you guys believe in and stand on, etc. So I'm just showing you the hypocrisy that you guys use, right? And this happened in the medieval period. And Ankh was basically, Ankh tried to spread out the credit for that. So he started going back to the Romans, the Greeks. He started going back to a whole bunch of people until I brought sources. I brought a source from, I think it was the Encyclopedia Britannica about the scientific revolution. And it showed you that it was Europeans that basically separated religion and science and changed the paradigm shift from the time of the Greeks 2,000 years earlier. All right, that's what happened. Now, anything else they're trying to tell you, that is capped. They got beat up, and that's where it is, man.
All right, man. Appreciate that moment right there, moment in time, yo. You just got a whole show for us. We got your words on tape, man.
Word.
I just wanted to make sure you got a fair shot at it. We appreciate the elevated conversation, man. Seriously, Easy Band, I want to let you know, yo, that I wasn't trying. I might not respect what you say, but I don't want to disrespect you. You feel me? I want you to get your words out. You know what I'm saying? And we good. Anybody that's been a healthy witness to the channel, they know we talk about it's not even a Christian input. They just so happen to be Christians. You know what I'm saying? The input is the input.
So let me
spinning your mind. Hold on, I didn't cut you off. I'm saying it's the input, right? If you think the scientific method just popped up out of nowhere, if you think science has popped out of nowhere in Europe, then that's your thing. I'm saying science doesn't work that way. Easy.
Let me just ask you one thing.
You can't ask me the question because I gotta go.
What do you disagree with exactly? Are you saying that they didn't pioneer the modern scientific method that we use today?
I'm saying that they don't even get to that without the Egyptians. Look up the history of the scientific method, yo. It comes from ancient societies, bits and pieces of it. It comes together in Europe. That's not a problem for us.
But bro, are you hearing what I'm saying? Are you disagreeing with what I'm saying?
Science officially.
I'm disagreeing that you saying that them niggas pioneer. You know what the word pioneer? They didn't pioneer.
So hold on. Did they or did they not pioneer the modern scientific method that we use today? Not what the Greeks were using back then. We don't use the method.
No, we didn't have it yet. No, we didn't have a complete scientific method yet.
So and that's what I'm saying.
They bring it together. They bring the tool. Right. But that's why I talk. No, they didn't. They didn't pioneer nothing. They didn't start pioneer. They didn't start nothing. Modern science culminates. Listen, I'm saying that modern science culminates in Europe, bro. It culminates amongst Europeans, and they go right to scientific racism. They fuck it up off the bat. Don't get me started. But it's safe to say that modern science culminates amongst Europeans. And that's why y'all called the white man science. I don't call it that. I haven't called it that in damn near 20 years. Okay, so I didn't say you said that, but obviously I have a command of the subject, and I know science it's not in a bubble.
Nope.
You don't even get to the science. But I showed you where you. So you mean you never seen this?
I'm talking about the modern scientific method.
I don't understand how.
Hold on.
You messing up my time.
Stop trying to deflect, man. I never said you're trying to make a straw man right now. I said the modern scientific method was pioneered by the white man. That's what I said.
Let's go to the page. Let's do the tie breaking.
I didn't say that science.
Let's do the tie breaking then, yo. Since you slick. Because I'm telling you right now, you ain't slicking in the can of oil, yo. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't speak in absolute. I do it like this. This one I'm doing this. I'm coming to this right here. I'm coming to the history.
I showed you.
I don't care about none of that. This is encyclopedia.
I showed you.
Free encyclopedia. That free encyclopedia said, come on, bro, I'm talking. It says, the history of the scientific method considers changes in methodology of scientific inquiry as distinct from the history of science itself. It says the development of rules for scientific reasoning has not been straightforward. Scientific method has been the subject of intense and recurring debate throughout the history of science. Come on, bro.
So I'm talking about the modern scientific method.
No, man. You got it. You don't have a modern scientific method.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying you gotta go to the early. You gotta start off here, bro. You gotta start the high. No, bro. Listen. Why are you trying to deny the early methodology, yo?
What are you talking about?
Why are you trying to deny? Listen. So my point is, come on, bro. I wasn't talking when you was talking. Right. I calm my ass down. Now calm your ass down. Okay, it's right here. It say there are a few explicit discussions of the scientific methodology in surviving records from early cultures. It say the most that can be inferred about the approaches and undertaking of science in this period stems from descriptions of the early investigation into nature in the surviving record. It say the Egyptian medical textbook, the Edward Smith Papyrus, 600 BCE, applies the following components: examination, diagnosis, treatment, and diagnosis to the treatment of diseases. It says, which displays strong parallels to the basic empirical method of science. It say, and according to G.E.R. Lloyd, played a significant role in the development of this methodology. The Eves Papyrus, 1550, also contains evidence of traditional imperialism. It say by the middle to the first millennium BCE, in Mesopotamian Babylonian astronomy had evolved into the earliest examples of scientific astronomy, as it was the first a highly successful attempt in giving a refined mathematical description of astronomical phenomenon. I'm just saying that, and then you got India, it's the Hellenic world, right? It's the India, Islamic world. It's and in the West. So and then it goes to say, if not indeed all subsequent endeavors in the exact sciences depend upon Babylonian astronomy. Man, come on, bro. What I'm saying is you can't sit up there and glorify the Christians. You got to deal with classical Greek. You got to deal with Aristotle. You can't miss them. You got to do all this, bro. This is how you teach this subject. You don't just dive to Europe. Then people going to say it is the white man's science.
You see? So Ankh, this is why you're getting beat up, is because
I'm gonna show you what. Listen, whatever you think is happening, it ain't happening now. So I'm getting beat up,
man, because you're talking about something else. You're making
I'm not talking about something else. I'm talking about what you're talking about.
So let me ask you something.
I'm talking about something else. You ain't gotta ask me.
All right, let me ask you this. Were the Greeks
you don't gotta ask me
modern scientific method? Were the Greeks doing that?
You don't gotta. All I'm gonna tell you is this: what I'm gonna tell you. This is what I want to tell you, Easy Band.
Were the Greeks practicing the modern scientific method?
That's what I want to tell you, bro.
Listen, all right.
Here's the answer to this question, my nigga.
Yeah, all right.
You want to answer that question, yo? Let's give you the answer to the question, yo. You got that? That's the answer.
God killer, we make those ring bass from the cannon. Use me, NWCO, clear vision, hilltop roofs, no gimmicks. Montgomery, just the tempo, race this turn. Info heavy, show sources, don't chit chat, no proof, fall back. Quick, Rogers Ave, where I'm at, another Pequee, stay intact. Park Heights, facts ready, Liberty Heights, no ferry. Yo, playing weak, full fast. Gear review, hold that. Methods first, no myth, you replicate, then it's legit. God killer, we make bells ring, bass in the cannons, hands ring. You promote pseudo, that's cap. Slick or swim, better adapt. I just have, talk slick left, another Pequee, move quick left. Show sources, don't chit chat, no proof, fall back. Quick, NWCO, clear vision, hilltop roofs, no gimmicks. Correlation, ain't cause headlines, love applause. Rogers Ave, no fake flex, Novin Pequee, no late. Dion Riley, facts, steps, say less, learn up, then rap. Mondom and shift the tempo. Rest is down and foreheady. Park Heights, facts ready. Liberty Heights, no ferry. Dark killer, we make bells ring, bass from the cannons, ears ring. We promote pseudo, that's cap, sink or swim, better adapt. Rogers Ave, talk slick, nah, Northern Pequee, move quick, laugh. Rogers Ave, no fake flex, Northern Pequee, no latex. Show source, don't chit chat, no proof, phone back, quick, DOI link, fact stamp, say less, learn up, then rap. Shirley Avenue, Shirley Avenue, Shirley Avenue, Shirley Avenue.
Man, look, I'm your host, Bobby Banger, man. We appreciate Cedric talk. It's going down tonight at around 9-ish. We appreciate the Bomb Squad coming through, Ashe. We appreciate Hercules coming through. We appreciate Kyle coming through, Savio coming through. And of course, we appreciate Easy Bands. There is no scientific method. There is no science without the early development. Science and the scientific method, although created separately, does not just pop up out of nowhere. Religious people who think humans popped up out of nowhere in the Garden of Eden, they will take that thought and push it on the scientific method. Europe doesn't develop the scientific method alone. It will culminate. They're not the pioneers of the scientific method. You can read Egyptian papyrus talking about math as a way to know all things. Math is not science, math is a tool. Egyptians recognized that early in the game. There is no Europe at this time. There's no Europe at the Edwin Smith mathematical papyrus. It's just not there. Even colonial powers give credit to the first time in history where you have diagnosis and prognosis without putting a spooky on it. Europeans give credit how it gave them insight to move forward. There is no white man or black man or African science. There is no Christian science. Jesus Christ does not help you understand evolution. So we need to get this thing straight and right. We got a whole show to do on this, man. Maybe that'll be part of TED Talk. Not tonight, but another night. But I appreciate everybody that came through, man. It was a great discussion, man. We need opposing views, man. Warlord, I see you in there crying, nigga. You should have hit the button. Easy Band, I appreciate your heart, bro. Appreciate the pushback, yo. Yeah, you can get them regular niggas with that. I ain't regular. Because when I learn something, It could be from a Christian, Muslim, Jew, or indigenous person. Say, I learned something. But I appreciate the conversation between brothers and sisters without cussing each other out. I think we're on another push. I think we're on another level these days. Tune in tonight at 9:30, man. Make sure y'all get yourself together, man. That first episode of Said Talk is coming through. Make sure y'all support the debate. It's in the link, man. Monkeys are man. Did humans come from Africa? It's an important debate. I'm your host, Bobby Banger. And if you didn't, hit the damn Cash App going out the door, man. Appreciate all my supporters. I'm going to have to start putting up that subscribe function. It's a powerful show going over here, man. Make sure y'all support SaNeter Studios. I'm over there on the regular doing the show. Support all our family shows, man. Said Talk, Space Age African Astronomy Club, The Brain Show, hosted by Chilembe. We're going to have a medical show, hosted by Malcolm. We have a cuss out show hosted by me, Brother Ankh. Oh, man. Yeah, man. Be around when I reveal my DNA test, man. You know me. I like to always have the last and final word, man. Par excellence, man, is what we strive for, man. Big up to Dr. Oyamayat, man. A.K.A. Dr. Bell. Big up to the young brother. We had a lively conversation. Excellent information. Appreciate when intelligent youth can have a conversation. I'm your host, Bobby Banger. Make sure y'all like, subscribe, join the community skeptics, man. Join our server. And with that, we're out.